Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the Week of Innovative Regions in Europe conference here in Budapest. We are happy to have you here with us in person and also online in the streaming. And it's my pleasure today to be your host here at the event. I'm going to introduce the programs for you today. First of all, I would like to remind all of you here attending in person that on your chairs you can also find the little dice boxes with the red and blue dots that you can use for networking. And as we mentioned yesterday, those colleagues who can collect the most dots from other people from networking may receive a nice surprise prize at the end of today. Just a quick question. Please raise your hand if you have over 5 dots signed by colleagues already. That's not too much. So I can suggest you to use these dots, and when you chat with colleagues, when you network with colleagues, then get them sign one of your little paper dots for you so that you can enter this very nice little competition for the conference. Okay, now as I can see, most guests have arrived here in the room. So I would like to introduce you our first panel discussion for today. And I would like to invite the moderator and the panelists for the panel to please take their seats.
Good morning, everyone. Happy to see you back again to the second day of the WIRE conference. Okay. And also good morning to the people that are following us by web streaming. Yesterday we had a lot of very interesting conversations, very interesting discussions. And there was a lot of references to fragmentation, innovation divide. So let me do a test. How many times you heard the term innovation divide and fragmentation? Yeah. So people are really answering, very good. So it was just a joke, but indeed it was quite often mentioned. So with this morning session, we go a bit deep dive on that, and we will be discussing with very important panelists, very knowledgeable, 2 main aspects of that. First of all, how eventually we are measuring this divide, these disparities that we mentioned yesterday within EU, between member states, but also within member states. So there is an important tool, is the European Innovation Scoreboard and the Regional Innovation Scoreboard, and we will have colleagues and practitioners that are in fact developing and then using this scoreboard. And then the second aspect that is very important to discuss is how practitioners are using the scoreboard to develop their policies and which are the policies that have been developed in order to address this divide. So without further ado, let me introduce our panelists. So I start with my colleague Alexander Hobbs, called Sasha as well, for friends, Chief Economist and the Head of Unit of the Common R&I Strategy and Foresight Service at DG RTD of the European Commission. Amongst his duties, there is a coordination of the European Innovation Scoreboard and Regional Innovation Scoreboard. So welcome, Sasha. We have then Mathieu Ducineau, is correct? Yeah? Policy analyst at EFIS Center, European Future Innovation System Center, which is a not-for-profit policy labs providing support and training in all aspects of research and innovation policy and ecosystem governance. EFIS is leading the consortium for the design of the regional scoreboard, as well as the European Innovation Scoreboard and the Eco Innovation Scoreboard. Lots of scoreboards, correct? Good. Then we have David Hoer, and then I put my glasses on because David, please join the panel. Innovation Ecosystem Architect and Chief Strategy Officers at the South Moravian Innovation Center. The South Moravian Innovation Center is a regional innovation agency based in Brno, Czechia, that is funded by the regions of South Moravia, city of Brno, and 4 local universities, so the ecosystem we have been discussing yesterday. David participated in the creation of the center back in 2003, and for the past 14 years he has been involved with implementing innovation strategy in South Moravia, orchestrating and coordinating the effort of the public sector, businesses and academia, and developing new strategic initiatives. So a very good voice to bring us the examples of innovation ecosystem. And last but not least, our woman in the panel, Andrea Raluca Leru, please, expert from the Brussels Representation Office of the Northeast Regional Development Agency in Romania. As a Brussels office representative, her work centers on supporting the internationalization of regional stakeholders, as well as on creating synergies between academia, industry, and the public sector to foster innovation and sustainable development aligned with the regional smart specialization strategy and EU strategic objectives in the northeast region of Romania. So, welcome to all of you. As you see, indeed, the panel is composed in order to look at the different aspects of today's discussion. And we will involve them in 2 rounds of questions. And the first will be more looking at the state of play now. And the second one, maybe some ideas for forward-looking, because indeed we are in a period in which we are also looking forward with all the MFF discussions and the new programming period. So I would start with Sasha. As we said, your unit in the Commission is coordinating the work on the European Innovation Scoreboard. I join you there, sorry, I was staying. These reports help us measuring and monitoring the innovation performance and evolution of European regions and member states. So can you please give us an overview of the construction of these indicators? What are the strengths, the different aspects of it in your view, and how can be best used? And maybe you give us a bit of policy framework as well, given your position. Thanks a lot.
Okay, with pleasure. Thank you very much for the invitation to this great conference and panel as well. So I'm the Chief Economist at DG Research and Innovation, and one of the key tasks of my team is to make sure that every year we produce the EIS, the European Innovation Scoreboard, and every second year it's smaller, or actually bigger, rather, Regional Innovation Scoreboard. Now, the history of these scoreboards goes quite back. I mean, we have had 20 years over which we have published these scoreboards, and they have evolved naturally over time, and I'll get to that in a second. But the main objective is, since we're talking about innovative performance in countries and in regions, to be able to measure what we're talking about, right? So that's why we have put together this framework. Currently, for the countries, is based on 32 indicators. For regions, on somewhat less, because obviously not all indicators are available at regional level. And this allows us to basically see how countries, regions are doing, whether we're going in the right direction or not. But having said this, I immediately have to add some caveats. Clearly, basing only on quantitative indicators or a selection of quantitative indicators is not necessarily enough to get the full appreciation of where countries and regions stand, right? So we're the first ones to recognize that when you're using the scoreboard, you should look beyond, right? We see it as a first indication that somehow shows you what may be the weaknesses or strengths in a given country or region, which needs to be complemented with much kind of more insights, both based on quantitative indicators, but also qualitative intelligence. Right. So, following this kind of path, for example, we have, on the basis of the latest Regional Innovation Scoreboard, we've launched 17 case studies where we try to look at the situation in 17 of the 250-something regions in Europe to actually see whether the signals that we received from the Regional Innovation Scoreboard are correct ones. Right? And I think the results were encouraging. We had a workshop which took place a couple of weeks ago, where we had several of these regions also present and discussing these results. And as I mentioned, I think we, on this basis, can conclude that the Regional Innovation Scoreboard is giving interesting and correct signals, but that they have to be developed and looked at much more closely. So, for example, based on these discussions, what we can see is that infrastructures are very important, right? Both physical infrastructures, but also infrastructures in terms of like platforms for cooperation and so on and so forth. This is something which is only marginally captured in the scoreboard. So one really needs to kind of go beyond and have a look. Another effect that is very important is cooperations between public and private sector, right? And there we do have indicators on collaborations, but again, one needs to kind of get a better understanding of how exactly they're working, in what direction or in what sense public sector is supporting performance of private sector in terms of innovative activities and so on and so forth. So this is to say we need to base on quantitative information, but we need to go further and enrich it with more insights. Now, a little bit on the scoreboards. Obviously, we are trying, and Mattia will also speak about this, to make sure that its structure is first simple, right? Because it's a communication tool first and foremost. So we have a symmetrical structure where we group indicators into 4 main groups, looking at framework conditions, looking at investments, looking at impacts, and what is the last one? And also innovative activities, right? So we have these 4 directions or dimensions, which are then split into specific sub-dimensions. Now, all is somehow brought up together in the innovation index that you then see very much covered by the media. This is like this little cherry on the cake, but as I said, one needs to go beyond that. This is also the reason why we try to kind of take away emphasis on rankings between countries and also regions, and rather group them in performance groups. Because of course, on the one hand, it's positive to see that there is a lot of emphasis in media, and then whenever the EIS or RIS are published, you see a lot of articles around the whole of Europe, which is great. But of course, you don't want to have a discussion on like why my country is not like 12th but 13th. Right? Because sometimes this is statistically insignificant. We really do want to launch discussions on, why I am where I am in terms of general innovation performance and how we can improve that. So this is essentially our approach to the scoreboard. I think it has been a very useful and successful tool. I mentioned the media coverage, but also there has been a lot of take-up of the scoreboard or the data sets by researchers. So we really do see a lot of demand, for the data sets, and we see a lot of research papers which are based on these results. So I think we believe that overall this is a very useful tool for policy discussions, but also for analytical work to understand better where we stand.
No, thanks a lot, Sasha. And indeed, you gave a very nice view on how we have to look at the data and to the scoreboard. So it's not named and shamed. It's really, and I like data, where I am and how I can improve it. So it's in this sense to be used. So thanks a lot for that. It gives a very nice policy view. I move to Mathieu. So Mathieu, EFIS, of course, provides to the client, sorry, I was not using microphone well. So often are public authorities, evidence-based insights and analysis on the area of research and innovation. So the question is, okay, you work on the innovation scoreboard, so how you see the use in any type of analysis, and especially how do you complement it with other sources of data and information, or, for instance, platform implemented by the Commission or other quantitative data, so the complementarity parts?
I had some slides, 3 slides, just to show, because we are talking about a tool, a scoreboard, and it can be like interesting. I have the comments. Thanks. So it's not only EFIS, it's a consortium designing the platform on behalf of the DG Research and Innovation. No? Okay. Yes. So the Regional Innovation Scoreboard is a subset of the European Innovation Scoreboard. It is updated, it will be updated, revised next year, I mean like the Regional Innovation Scoreboard. So you can see an interesting European map at notch 2 level. You can see, and I'm not here like to present everything, but how it looks like. Huh? You have like indicators, you have trends, and the trend is really important. You can compare a region between themselves. And it is a last slide. You can compare territories. And for instance, we chose to my colleague Lucien prepared this slide to show Budapest among, like compared to Hungary, and the trend for like the box 4 for the specific indicators. So this will be what we have now. I think it's really good entry point for policymakers. We may have some critics. We know it's not been years but decades. We know there is a big lack of data at regional level, and regions are really in demand of new data and reliable data to compare themselves with others. So just to complete, I spent like 9 years at the GRC in Seville, working on the launching, participating to the launching of Smart Specialization strategy. I was mostly involved in the data related to policy making, especially synergies of fundings with Stairway to Excellence. I don't know if you remember this project funded by European Parliament. So yes, it's where I come from. Complementarity. Yes, it should be complemented. I have some ideas. Obviously, when you want to design a policy or strategy, the scoreboard is not enough. We saw yesterday with a very interesting presentation of Ron Moshma. These really indicators, and it could be like a nice complement to the scoreboard, the indicators provided yesterday, but taking alone, it could be misleading also. Ron Moshma, for instance, suggested like maybe like some people understand that Extremadura, the poorest region in Europe, should follow the same path as Ile-de-France to get to the Ile-de-France level. So, which is not obviously the case and not possible because we are not talking about the same thing. I'm thinking about complementarity, a really good tool designed by the GRC, the Territorial Economic Data Viewer, which is gathering funding data coming from Horizon Europe and cohesion policies at regional level, plus with some other like structural indicators. I'm thinking about Eurostat, of course. I'm thinking also, and I want it because I really like this data, the European Quality of Governance Index, designed by the University of Göteborg. And if you look at this index, you're going to see like a perfect correlation with the scoreboard, meaning the level of quality of governance is linked with the innovation performance. So just like a few words, it's not the European Quality of Governance Index. It's not like a high committee made of high-level experts like saying you are providing good governance or not. No, it's a survey addressed to 30,000 people in Europe, asking the perception of citizens of their own government, regional government, and that's really interesting. And in terms of policy making, it's really interesting too, because the more the citizen trusts government, regional government, because we are talking about region, the easiest it will be to design policies and to embed stakeholders. So I think it's worth to see and to track and to monitor this index. It has been updated not like last year, I think. Yeah, another level of complementarity. Yes, region needs some extra data, and they need to dig by themselves. And the fantastic emergence, I would say, of LLM, large language model, ChatGPT, offer to regions to to use AI, but not as a technology, but as a tool, to capture data at a territorial level, to track to collect stakeholders' needs, to track early sign of impact of a policy or failure of a policy, to adopt like corrective measures. So this is, and I know like Hungary is about to launch like a project to to design their own like digital tool to collect, to grab those data. So it's like data scraping. I don't know if you've heard about that. So you capture all the data. As a citizen, as a user, we all leave trace on internet. So this data can be collected and can be used to better inform policy. My third point about complementarity, it's also qualitative information. Because we cannot do everything with quantitative. Qualitative information, why? To confirm quantitative indicators, but also to fill the gaps. As we see, like we saw last week for the US election, the indicators were fantastic, but actually stakeholders, citizen needs were like somewhere else. So the message was like not well understood. So I stress the importance also like of qualitative information, completing the necessary quantitative information. Okay, and yeah, I think that's all.
Very good. No, okay, thanks a lot. You have opened up another chapter, which is, okay, well, first of all, evidence-based is very important, the importance of data. Apparently, there are a lot around that can be complemented, and the regions can use that for their policy analysis. But then this gives us the good link to the next speaker, and in fact, you are representative of a region. So you heard about, and you know European Innovation Scoreboard and the Regional Innovation Scoreboard, how this helps you in your policy making. So this is the first part, as a first reaction to what you heard now. But then let's move to the policy initiatives in your regions, and also to support and the ecosystem, and to make them interlinked and interconnect actors, and interlinked also to the Europeans. What are the policy initiatives that you have been put in place? I heard good things about the Innovate initiative and also the semiconductor initiative. Maybe you want to say a few words, but please add to others as well, because I know you have many, but you don't have all the morning, of course. Please.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for having me here. It's a pleasure being in such a great panel. How we work with the Innovation Scoreboard? Well, if we are scoring well, we do lots of PR. If we are not scoring well, we don't say anything, right? That's the simple answer. No, but apart from the joke, I think it's pretty much the way that Sasha described it, right? The quantitative data, we look at it carefully, and we try to see what's behind it. We look at trends, because that's more interesting than the status quo. And of course, the quantitative data tells us about the past, while our job is to identify and unlock new opportunities for the future. And for that, we need to be out in the field and talk to people, identify the potential leaders, and build coalitions around them. That's what we are doing, and that's what we've been trying to do for the past 20 years. And I think this, from my experience, I would confirm what Sasha was also saying, it's the ability to collaborate that creates the right type of environment where innovation and new initiatives can thrive. I'm very pleased that actually our region, and we did lots of PR about it as well, joined the Strong Innovators group in the last Regional Innovation Scoreboard. And I'm particularly happy to see that the one indicator where we are scoring really well is a reflection of this. It's the indicator that's asking through a survey how much companies collaborate with others in innovation. And when you look at the map of Europe, you will see that in this indicator, the leading regions score very high, while the structural disadvantage score very low. There's difference in business culture, I would say. our region is a statistical outlier in the Czech Republic. We are scoring much higher than the rest of the country. And I hope, we'll see what comes from the next scoreboard, that this is not a statistical error, right? Because what we see is that over the time, a specific business culture developed in Brno and the surrounding area, where companies talk to each other, share with each other, learn from each other, and we are there to facilitate that process. So it's exactly about creating this kind of platform that is neutral, that has no hidden agenda, that the players can trust and turn to if they have a specific need, and know that we will deliver something that addresses their issue, their problem. So I think this is really ultimately where the policy making can be the most useful, being the facilitator that's not doesn't have a hidden agenda. I call it a role of honest broker, you know, somebody who is out there listening carefully, looking around, but not trying to sell their product to somebody, but rather get the input and say, okay, so what shall we do with it? You know, encourage people to try new things, and maybe add little public money to make it easier. And even that is enough. And I think this is something that can be done in pretty much any kind of region. It doesn't matter if you are in rural part of Europe, somewhere in North Nordics or remote part of Greece. But just playing this facilitator role, of course you will have different assets in each region, but every region has some assets that they can capitalize on. So that's my take on how we work with the Innovation Scoreboard. And you are also asking about the initiatives. Well, maybe I can make a connection to that, because one of the initiatives I'm particularly proud about is that over time, as I said, we've been working for 20 years supporting entrepreneurs from the earliest stages, people who just have an idea, all the way to companies that are in the scale-up phase and are expanding internationally. And as you've been doing this for long, people kept on coming back, right? We helped them in the early stage, and then they came 3 years later, and by that time they already have grown, and they said, yeah, but we would like to ask you if you can support us in this or that. You know, we are looking on how to expand to the US market now. Do you know somebody? So we adjusted our services to the maturity of our clients, so to say. So now we cater for the whole spectrum, for university students with an idea to companies that may have 200 employees and sales globally. But of course, the services need to be much more individualized for the more mature companies. So we try to structure that in one way or another. And we created a pool of experts that consists mostly of other entrepreneurs, people who are kind of giving back for what they received in the past. And these people are available under certain conditions to the clients of ours. It took quite some time to create this pool of around 100 experts, but as we had it, gradually our partners from other regions in the Czech Republic started to approach us and say, how do you do it, how you organize the support? And we said, well, we do it this way, and if you want to join, we can share that. I mean, we have created the infrastructure, so to say. We have an IT system that helps to track the support that each company is getting. We have digitalized the pool of experts, so you can select by keywords what type of expertise they are providing, what is the references they are getting from the clients, like Booking.com, similar type of feedback system. And you don't need to build your own pool of experts, your own IT system if you are in Ostrava or in Pilsen. So nowadays we have 9 Czech regions that are part of this platform, which we call Winovate, where we share all these things. It was expanded to Slovakia, so we have now 2 Slovak regions that are also part of it, and we have more regions interested in. And I think this is a way how you can gradually help to transform the entrepreneurial culture in regions by using the shared resource that's been created. Of course, it's easier between Czech Republic and Slovakia because there's no language barrier, right? But I think this system can potentially be customized to other languages as well. And I'm sure many innovation agencies have something similar. So maybe one day in the future there may be such a such a platform across the EU, providing that type of access to very tailor-made expertise, such as we have a company in protein engineering, and they are looking how to expand to France, but of course we have no expert who knows how to get to the French market in protein engineering. But I'm sure there's many experts in France, so if there was a similar platform that we could tap into and find an expert and pay a few hours of that expert for the benefit of our company. So that would be a kind of single market of expertise in Europe, maybe.
No, thanks a lot. So I take it from your presentation, to your intervention, first of all, and which is a positive sign that you see reflected in the scoreboard something that you see in reality in your region happening. So this is encouraging. So it's the reality check is always very important. And secondly, this is a very interesting initiative, and it's a seamless support. So I like the fact that you really keep supporting in the different phases of development, and also this expert database and the idea to enlarge it also to other countries. I think it's quite interesting. I'm sure that there will be people contacting you afterwards to know how it works. So thanks a lot for this. We move to Andrea Raluca. So again, you said your function of in Brussels representative of the Romanian Northeast Regional Development Agency. So you really facilitate connections, build synergies. So once again, I will ask you as well a bit of reactions to the use of the innovation scoreboard and regional innovation scoreboards in your policy. And then if you can say as well your policy, in what are the type of initiatives, if you can give some examples of initiatives where you have been trying to address also the fragmentation issue. Somebody told me about this territorial R&I matchmaking platform. Once again, maybe it's an example that you like to share, but please.
Sure. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share some insights from my own region. Indeed, the European Innovation Scoreboard and the Regional Innovation Scoreboard are two very essential tools for us because Romania as a whole and all the 8 development regions in Romania are emerging innovators. So we do have a lot to learn and from the conclusions of the scoreboards. So first of all, these are essential tools that help us diagnose and x-ray our region to exactly identify what the challenges and what the strengths are. And it provides a data-driven approach, an empirical foundation for our long-term strategies. So these scoreboards, going through these extensive analysis, it gives us the opportunity to compare ourselves with the more performing regions against indicators such as R&D investments, SME innovation, knowledge-intensive employment, and see exactly where we are lacking and where we need to focus our efforts. Nonetheless, these are essential tools that can help us in a lot of ways, but I would like to mention 4 of them. So first of all, it allows us to set our priorities straight, if I can say so. Because these scoreboards allows us to set some clear and measurable priorities, in the sense that if we notice underperformance in R&D investment, then that means that there has to be more local funding mechanism implemented, or I don't know, maybe more partnerships with higher education institutions. So it really shows us where we need to shift our focus, especially towards the more to the areas with the higher potential for investment. In practicality, we have done so. So if you look at our regional program for the current programming period, one of the instruments that is at the base of the program is indeed these 2 scoreboards, alongside other instruments as well. It's not the only one that we are using. Secondly, it allows to tailor the programs to our local needs, because the Regional Innovation Scoreboard highlights specific local challenges that we have. So, for example, if we talk about the low digitalization rate or gaps in lifelong learning, so it provides us with invaluable insights to build some tailored initiatives to our regional context and not apply a one-size-fits-all approach. In this regard, I could mention that we have in our regional program a funding priority focused on digitalization, as well as a funding priority focused on building the capacity of the managing authority staff, because we are the managing authority for the current regional program, as well as to build the capacity of our regional stakeholders. Nevertheless, benchmarking and best practices. So these two instruments allows us to compare our scores with other leading regions and gain insight into the effective strategies that they use. We frequently look at the scoreboard and analyze the practices that the high-performing regions are following, and we try to somehow import those approaches, those strategies, adapt them to our local context so that we can continue ensuring the continuous improvement. And last but not least, we use it to attract and justify investment. So in this regard, these scoreboards provide robust evidence when we are applying for EU funding opportunities, and especially when we want to build strategic long-term partnerships with other organizations and especially with other regions, because that's where we find common grounds for collaboration besides the smart specialization strategies. So the scoreboard justified the need for the actions that we want to implement, and it shows the potential partners how we have been progressing over time. Now, if we talk about innovation policy initiatives, yes, we have many that I could speak about, but yes, I will focus on the territorial research and innovation matchmaking platform. This has come as a result of a Horizon 2020 project that was implemented between 2019 and 2022. And it's a project that was focusing on implementing responsible research and innovation involving local actors within these research and innovation activities. It has been implemented by a consortium of 13 partners from Italy, France, Belgium, Greece, Romania, Norway, and Denmark, and Bulgaria. And in the northeastern region of Romania, this matchmaking platform has been first piloted in 2 micro-regions in the mountainous area. But from May 2022, it has been open for the entire region and for the all smart specialization domains of our region. And what is actually Territoria? Territoria is a brokerage platform, right? It's an interactive map of RDI service suppliers, because we want to bring together the demand and the offer for research, development, and innovation services in our region. We want to put both sides at the same table so that they discuss about their needs and what the other side can offer, so that services such as studies, feasibility studies, technical, economic analysis, product or service testing, marketing services, certification of services can be actually implemented. The last number of entities that I know that have registered on the matchmaking platform is 27, but I have to admit this is not necessarily an updated number. And I would like to also talk a bit about another innovation policy initiative, which takes me back to our regional program, because that's also, it is a programming instrument, but it's also a policy trendsetter for the region, if I can say so. And this, the regional program is implemented with the RDF funding, and it's matching the RIS3 strategy within the region. And it covers the, and we're also obviously using the scoreboards to cover the entire build actionable results to cover the entire innovation value chain. So I'm referring here to investment in research infrastructures and services. We also have a research valorization program. We also have knowledge transfer vouchers, proof of concept, minimal viable product, and many, many other investment programs also dedicated to clusters development. So this is a very short snapshot of how these scoreboards can actually help us.
All Right. Well, short but very rich indeed. Thanks a lot, Andrea. And I liked, okay, first of all, you mentioned important things about what you get from the innovation scoreboard, which is very important. So from there you see how to set the priorities. My coach always say, you build on your strengths. So this is what you identify your strengths to build on that. Tailor-made initiatives linked to that, also where to target the funding, benchmarking, and also how to find the similar regions to which you can build partnerships. So I think Sasha, and we can be very happy that the scoreboard and Matthew as well is very well used in this sense. The second part, you mentioned initiatives, project funded by Horizon 2020, ERDF as well. So I'm happy as well from our side, Horizon and Commission initiatives are helpful. And this links me to the second round. So this is what is happening now. It's happening a lot. We have seen it already. Now we go look a bit at the future. So, and I do the tour on the other side. So starting again from the practitioners, let's say. So the Commission, you mentioned Horizon, so we have for this fragmentation, divide, disparities, in order to address them, we had initiatives, a widening program, we have measures to improve the quality of and access of research infrastructures, European innovation valleys we mentioned. In cohesion policies we have the innovation investments instruments. So there are a lot of initiatives, a lot of policy, a bit of a policy mix. So we were wondering if you can tell us whether this support policy package that we have put in place, is this enough? How would you assess it? It's helpful, there are gaps. And also, with a look at the future, is there anything that you would see, looking at the next MFF, something that you consider should be done better or maybe improved or add or shaped differently? Who starts? Yeah, okay, David, you, and then we go back to the other. Yeah, you want to?
Should I start?
Yeah,
Okay.
and then I go back, since you just talked.
Right. Yeah, I mean, my feeling is that there's too many instruments, and it's becoming confusing for the people in the field like us, you know. And we are the ones who are probably better connected to what's happening in Brussels than the people that we serve as our clients. They have even much more vague idea. So I think there's probably a systemic problem there. If we are getting lost, what about our clients then? I can see there's also many overlaps between the initiatives, such as I'm having trouble explaining to people what's the difference between regional innovation valleys and I3, for example, why there's two instruments with different setup of rules. So if I was to look to the future, I would say do fewer things, but do them well. Make sure that the programs are really well designed. There's good UX testing, that the people who are the target group actually understand what's the objectives. That there is not a mission overload, I would say. Some of the programs, from my perspective, suffer from having too many objectives at the same time, which sometimes are conflicting each other. So there's a list of things that you have to fulfill. But then if you try to fulfill them all, you'd never fulfill any of them properly. But to be positive, I think there's very good elements that we really appreciate and would like to see more, like the European Innovation Council. I think it's a great instrument which has a potential to become the globally leading accelerator for deep tech startups. I think we need more money for that. We can definitely build on the existing services and add more layers to it, things like providing tailor-made expertise and support to the supported companies to grow faster globally, to have more unicorns in Europe. So that's one area where I would focus attention. I think there's some areas where we've probably been putting too much emphasis on and are not bringing the benefits. If I was to name one, I would say EIT. For me, this is a disappointment, to be honest. After so many years of steady investment into the project, the results are, from my point of view, way below expectation. I think we have too many missions in Europe. Missions, for me, are a very useful instrument, but a very difficult one to implement. And I think even more challenging to implement at the EU level. So I think we should be very careful about selecting the missions that really need attention at the EU level and which may be better implemented at a national or regional level, and not to try to address too many of them at the same time, because the experience clearly shows that the governance of the missions is extremely demanding. And if you want to build a functioning governance across the EU, it takes years to build up. And by that time, the situation may change. So I would just give a word of warning on the missions. I'm not against missions, but I think there's probably too much of them and too, I would say, broadly scattered in terms of topics they're addressing. Let me see if I have any more notes here in my. Yeah, what I also find very positive is the experience so far we've had with the CHIPS Act. So I think we can certainly look for more strategic initiatives addressing the sectors where Europe wants to lead and build a holistic approach, not only funding research, but also the gradual build-up of talent pool for the needs of that industry, including working with young kids to go and study STEM fields, because without that we will not be able to build up semiconductor sector in Europe. The same you can say for fuel cells, batteries, hydrogen. I'm not saying that these should be exactly the topics, but I think if you select 3, 4 for Europe where we really want to have a global relevance and build these strategic coalitions and long-term funding for those, without prescribing what exactly should be researched. I mean, I think that it's important to leave this open-ended and ask the industry where the new opportunities should be. I think that this can take us further. So that's one area where I would recommend we focus more on and invest more in. So, yeah, my take.
Okay, we have a pretty nice list of things. Let's say room for improvement, but indeed, I think it goes into the reflections that is internal to the Commission as well, this streamlining. I think it's a bit of a key word now for that, in order to exactly streamline the instruments and then try to make more effective. And these type of feedbacks are very important, especially in this moment where there is reflections ongoing and all these inputs are extremely key. Andrea Raluca, please.
Yes. So I'm bringing a couple of improvement ideas as well. Indeed, these support policy packages that exist out there, they have been helpful for a region, but there are some gaps. There are some areas where that can be improved. And what I'm going to say now is purely from our own experience. So if I would to look at the I3 instrument, we do have an I3-2A and I3-2B project. We also are involved in the European Regional Innovation Valley, which is under implementation. It's focused on health. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be showcased today, talked about. I hope I didn't get it wrong. And we continuously put efforts into applying to I3 calls, either for ourselves or just by issuing letters of support for our regional stakeholders. We've also tried to get into the Widening Excellence Hubs initiative, but unfortunately we haven't been successful so far. Now, what it concerns the I3 program structure, I would endorse the continuity of I3 as it is right now, divided into the 2A and 2B strands, because I think it has been proven to be effective, allowing us to participate in high-impact innovation and capacity-building initiatives. At least for the moment, I think it's important to keep the structure, the same structure moving forward, because it's still in the early phases of implementation and we're still gathering the lessons from the initial round of projects. And a stable program framework would only ensure the continuity. We just need to evaluate, adapt, and maximize impact over time. Now for Horizon Europe and the widening component, I think here I'm going to be a little bit more critical. First of all, I think there needs to be a better alignment between the work programs and the call text. So speaking from our experience, we find that there's a disconnect between the broader goals outlined in the work program destinations and the text of the individual calls, which creates a bit of a confusion, if I can say so. It's a better alignment between the work program and the call for funding would enable applicants to better understand what the expectations are and what's required from them. And I think this can only translate into stronger proposals and a higher success rate among the applicants. I would also advocate for fewer calls, but with larger budgets. And why I'm saying this is because I see a lot of multiple small budget calls, which I think they're a bit counterproductive. Because, for example, what would be the purpose of a funding call, funding just 5 projects out of 150 that are submitted? Because I think this creates a significant competition and discouragement among regions, especially those who are at the beginning of their building these types of capacities. So if we consolidate these calls and we increase the individual budgets, I do believe that we could see a transition from many lagging regions from repeated unsuccessful attempts to successful participation. And I think this could also help build the momentum and allow emerging regions to build their expertise and confidence actually in achieving these visible success in accessing EU funding. And I would like to move a bit to the topic of synergies, because I think this is one of the keywords of this event. I do advocate for fostering stronger synergies between Horizon Europe and the European Structural and Investment Funds. And what I would like to see more is the monitoring of these synergies and where they happen and how they happen and what lessons we can learn. Because I see now that the Commission and the national authorities are monitoring or are mostly focused on the implementation of the policies they are in charge of, but I think there's a lot happening on the synergy front that we don't know about. So, for example, yesterday I just found out that Malta and Lithuania are doing a great job with synergies. So now I would know where to go to and who to look for if I want to talk synergy with someone and learn from the ones that are already successful. And I think there should be a database about these synergy initiatives, but this also would mean to improve the existing data frameworks that would allow for this data to be collected. I think there needs to be an initiative that would allow for the searchability and mapping of the data, as well as the promotion of examples of good practice. Again, I'm going back to yesterday's panel on synergies, and that's where I found out a lot of information. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known about it. And I also think that in order for us to have a database of synergies and have access to that type of data, the Horizon and Cohesion policy databases, I think if this could be made interoperable, it would make much easier in understanding the synergy process and how this can be done. Because right now, obviously, they have different formats because they also have different legal requirements. I would also like to see an improvement in the flow of information about projects that have received the Seal of Excellence, and as well as some improved cooperation between the bodies which are involved in the management of the asset funds and the framework programs.
Thanks a lot. Very good list as well. So I like it that on one side, we are talking about streamlining some changes, etc., but then some continuity as well that needs to be done. So we have to find the right balance between being revolution and evolution, as always. And I like a lot, your suggestions for synergies, indeed, on the visibility. I know because no matter how many conferences and information we provide, there is always someone that apparently exactly has no access. But in terms, for instance, of the Seal of Excellence, and some of your recommendations were in the ECA report in the European Court of Auditors, but we are addressing, for instance, there is availability now of data on Seal of Excellence that you request, and we can provide you per region. So even with the contact details, because we have put in place a system to ask the consent, that was the issue there, to provide the data. So there has been highlighting problems and finding solutions to that. But on some of the other things, of course, we can improve, and this is also a good sign that you see the value in doing synergies, and we need to facilitate as much as possible. So we have a long list of to do, and this is very good. I hope that all these things comes into position papers on FP10. You have answered the consultation, because this is what we are indeed trying to open up, and to regions as well, to give to get the feedback. And our colleagues in G3 will be happy on receiving even more advice and recommendation for sure, and suggestions. Now we move to the more indicators part, but again, with the forward-looking. So, Mathieu, again, if you have suggestion on how the European Innovation Scoreboard and Regional Innovation Scoreboard could be eventually further improved based on what you heard as well. So it was the reality check maybe is helpful as well for forward-looking, please.
Yes, so the Regional Innovation Scoreboard is about to be revised, updated very soon. It should be out in 2025. We will organize meetings, seminars with ERAC member, European Research Area Committee, made of composed of member states representatives, early 2005. We are about to launch a big survey to ask stakeholders like you and I think the largest audience as possible, what their idea about how to revise, because it's more than an update. It's how to revise the scoreboard and what new features to introduce. For instance, at indicator level, I was discussing with Alice there. Does it make sense to keep access to broadband in 2025? If we keep it, what other indicators we could add? Also, because we made a lot of comparison, and I come back also to Ron Boschma's presentation, but on what I saw, helping region as users, policymakers, to find their peers in order to favor the transfer of good practices among regions. For instance, Budapest, to which region I could compare Budapest? Obviously, Prague, but what else? And the idea, it's a suggestion, is to introduce structural indicators. So what is structural indicators? It is the indicators you find in Eurostats. It's a demography, it's the economy, it's what makes a region. Actually, I can refer to an old tool designed by the GRC years ago in collaboration with Orchestra to exactly for this purpose, to help region in the context of the development of their smart specialization, to find their peers. It was not a well-known tool, but I think it was really, really well done. And I think it could be introduced in the next version of the scoreboard. Another thing is we are having indicators at notch 2 level, and I find sometimes too high, especially I do live in Seville, in Andalusia. I don't know if it's particular to Andalusia, but Andalusia, it's as big as Portugal. There is nothing, and when we are talking about smart specialization and regional policy, we are talking about place-based and ecosystem. I can tell you the ecosystem of Seville, it's totally different of the ecosystem of Malaga, of Almeria, of Cadix. But we have indicators at notch 2, it's a size of a country. So ideally, but again, it's a wishful thinking. Ideally, notch 3 would be great. Province level or département in France, because an ecosystem is very often structured around a big city, with a connection between universities, SMEs, clusters, and so on. And if you have, and we have a problem as policymakers and as strategy designer, when you have a few spots on the same territories, and you have data telling things, but at a granularity too high to really be useful. So I know there is some notch 3 level available, but not for everything. Let's see what we can do, maybe with new tools or the new ways to collect data. I think that's about so you should receive a link for the survey. So I think we'll be happy to receive any suggestion, and we'll have to collect what is feasible and what is not feasible. And is it for instance, because I see also when talking about complementarity, we are talking about fragmentation. So fragmentation of a source of information. And I'm sure, for instance, the GRC tool is not well known, the TED viewer. And, but it's a perfect match with the regional scoreboard, regional innovation scoreboard. And many other different data source are sure available at territorial level. So is it the vocation, is it the purpose of the scoreboard maybe to bridge those different tools to help policymakers to have kind of one, or maybe a main entry point for data, helping them to supporting them for policy designing and policy making.
Okay, thanks a lot. Now there is I saw Sasha becoming whiter while you were talking on these ideas for improvement. So to Sasha, first of all, exactly, you heard as well some of the suggestions. You heard also the other speakers, maybe some reflections on that. But also I would like to grasp on your experience as you have been contributing to Draghi's report. So we have a very important person here. What is your view after having heard all this on how the European innovation policy might evolve in order to support bridging the innovation gap we have been talking to? So a bit of a general consideration and feedback as well for the ideas of Mathieu. Thank you.
Okay, there is a lot of material to chew on. That's true. Now, it's very encouraging also to hear what's happening in the regions, and that you actually do find the scoreboard or scoreboards useful. I mean, as I mentioned at the beginning, I mean, one should see the scoreboards as a kind of starting point for reflections. So it's not necessarily I'm scoring low on this indicator, so I have to boost it. I mean, we all know the moment an indicator becomes a target, then it's useless, right? It biases policies and so on and so forth. But having a set of indicators which are somehow comprehensive and then make sense as a whole, I think it's very valuable. And this is the idea behind the scoreboard. Now, as was mentioned, we do try to keep it up to date. So we do know that the world around us is changing, policy objectives are changing, and then obviously our tools have to somehow correspond to that. This is also the reason why Mathieu mentioned we will be doing a revision of the scoreboard. I think it will not be revolution, as you said. It's more evolution. It's more evolution, since we believe that what we have currently does make sense. At the same time, as I said, things are changing. Mathieu was referring to broadband. So, I mean, the whole digital world is evolving very, very fast. Now, maybe broadband is not the best indicator to show where we are. At the same time, one needs to have kind of good or even better alternatives, right? And then there, the collection of data is usually a very tough nut to crack. So we will be looking into other possibilities, how to reflect the move to AI, all the cloud computing services. So these are just examples which one would ideally want to capture. Now, of course, the question is whether we will find good indicators enough to do this, because even at the NUTS 2, it's difficult to get the full coverage. You probably know some countries are represented at NUTS 1, at the country level. So there are important constraints that we have to face. But within these constraints, we want to go further. Other elements that we are kind of thinking one could or should reflect is, the ubiquitous talk about resilience of the EU economy as a whole, but also the innovation ecosystems, our dependence on certain technologies, and also David was referring to this. Again, trying to see where we stand in terms of them, and incorporating in one way or another in the scoreboard. Now, of course, scoreboard is limited. We have just certain number of indicators. You don't want to go into 100 or more indicators, because then it becomes intractable. But that's why we also have all these supporting structural indicators that we're using. And indeed, I think this is a good idea, to make the scoreboard as a kind of central point where you can also bring in additional databases and information, so that it's we're talking about one-stop shops for services for companies, so we could have one-stop shop for regions and other interested parties to have access to existing high-quality, relevant information. So this is something which we certainly should look into. Speaking of startups, and also if you have followed the hearings of the Commissioner Designate, if you've had a look at the mandate that she has received from the President, there is a lot of emphasis on startups. I mean, it's not that it would start now. I mean, it has been around for quite a while. There were discussions, as you can imagine, difficult discussions. How do you define startup? I mean, once you see one, you know it's a startup, but finding exact definition is much more tricky. But this is something that we also want to look into, because it's important to have a good understanding where we stand. I mean, we first have to understand the phenomena that we want to address also with policies. So this is another direction I think one should look at. Now, coming back to policies, you mentioned Draghi report. I think there is good kind of alignment also with the discussions today and also yesterday, because one of the key words in the Draghi report is indeed scale and fragmentation. In Europe, we are not definitely achieving the scale, which is important in a number of areas. Look, here we are talking about regions, so we're going really more granular, and this is important. At the same time, thinking of, for example, infrastructures, large infrastructures. I mean, for some countries, some infrastructures are far too big to actually build on their own. So from that point of view, we need to leverage the scale much more. We want to use the potential of the European market, well, not only in terms of free circulation of goods, services, people, capital, but also in terms of innovations. And this is, again, not happening. I mean, we have been looking at the degree of collaborations within Europe, and then what you see is most collaborations taking place within regions, which is good, understandable. Innovation tends to cluster. You want to be close to your peers, universities, research institutes, companies, public authorities. At the same time, if you want to be at the frontier and produce the best, you want to cooperate with those who are the best as well. Right? And it doesn't really matter whether they're based in the same city or a village next door or in another country. However, in Europe, this link between countries is much weaker than, for example, in the US. Right? So if you compare the intensity of linkages in the US, you have 2.5 times more cooperation across states than we have in Europe across countries. Right, which is a huge difference. So we are not really exploiting enough, the potential that we have. So that's the scale, fragmentation, and I think it did very much links to the discussions that we are having today.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Sasha. Very nice overview. So you experimented live an internal meeting between the Commission and contractor on how to improve the scoreboard, but it was taking notes. So we are listening. This is also the message, and this is the best moment because we are, well, we always listen, but in this moment even more because we are constructing the future and the challenges are high. I see someone really, and it's the right moment for questions. So someone who wants to come in with a question, and this was foreseen. We have a few minutes, but I think it's worth gathering 2-3 questions if it's possible. So if someone can provide the gentleman with the microphone. Thank you. And you can say who you are, your organization. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jorge González. I'm the director of TBiomed. We are a cluster that we promote demand-driven co-creation of innovation across Europe. And I have a question picking up of what Andrea said about synergies. For example, yesterday we have a talk where they was compared Extremadura with Ile-de-France. Okay? Of course, it was as an example, but it has been mentioned that you should learn from the best. However, I wonder if the scoreboard could be put in value to take into account the temporal dimension, that instead of comparing with the best, you compare regions of where they were 5 years ago, and comparing to the similar regions that they were 5 years ago in the same situation, which one have done best? Because comparing Extremadura with Ile-de-France, of course, is the best, but Extremadura will never be Ile-de-France. So making aware and put it in value the scorecard to say, don't look to the best, look to the best, but in your range, and learn from them. So that perhaps when setting up a project, instead of doing by serendipity, instead of doing by the people that you like because you have worked with before, you can say, you can work with whatever you want, but these guys were like you 5 years ago, are now in this position. Maybe you also want to partner with them in the future. My point is to put that this is one of the things, okay, maybe it's a bad idea, whatever. My point is like, you guys have the data, but for the companies, for the regions, it's not so easy to analyze it as you can analyze it because you have the raw data. So perhaps it's not only a question to say you are here and you want to get here. It's like saying, how can you help me to get there? Because if I were from Extremadura, I would say like, why bother, right? I mean, I will never be Ile-de-France, and that's not the point. So hopefully it's a suggestion. This is, by the way, a technique done in psychology. I'm happy to give the reference after that.
Who wants to take it? Yeah.
Well, it was for Sasha, but anyone can take it.
I sense it was for me. Look, you're perfectly right. And that's why at the beginning also mentioned that one should not over-interpret the data as you see it. One needs these additional insights. And I also refer to the 17 studies which we launched basically last year, trying to look at the selection of regions coming from the best performers to the emerging innovators. And then trying to see, what challenges they are facing in their current situation and what policies they applied in the past which help them to move up. So I think this is the way how the scoreboard should be used, really, to also extract lessons. I mean, we're talking about benchmarking, peer learning, and that's exactly that. We had a workshop where different regions, they were not referring only to, okay, this is what we see in the scoreboard, but saying, look, I mean, we have started here, these are the policies that we have implemented, which helped us to improve here and there. Especially since, I mean, when we're talking about innovation and the different dimensions, they're interlinked, right? You cannot move without having the right human capital. If you don't have interactions between private, public entities, then also you have a problem. But fixing just one element does not necessarily have to bring you where you want. I mean, you have to move kind of in a balanced way. Of course, you can have different models, but one needs to take into account these synergies, but in the broader sense, in terms of interactions between different parts of the ecosystem. So I think this is in a way how one should approach. Scoreboards can help as a starting point or as a framework for discussion, but one obviously needs more. We've been trying to do this. By all means, please do have a look at our website where the 17 case studies are published. Also, one can play with the scoreboards and then look at different dimensions and so on and so forth. But in any case, we would be happy to follow up on this if you're interested.
We'll follow up.
And just to complement, of course, before, in the meanwhile, that also the European Innovation Scoreboard, also regional in a sense, is used also as one of the basis for analysis for the European semester. Semester is not at regional level, but where there are member states with a strong regional structure, of course, these are also information that we analyze in the European semester. And in the European semester, we make recommendations on how improve based also not only on these indicators, but the full analysis we do, but also it's part of what we look at. So we have another request for a question, and this is Svet, Committee of the Regions.
Yeah, Committee of the Regions, Svet Andreev. Very quickly, very rich panel without questions. We have been also on board for many years on both scoreboards. There is also the Industrial Innovation Scoreboard produced at DG R&I, also that traces the industries. My question is more of a suggestion. What I see that with all these scoreboards is that it helps us a lot in policy making, both the European Commission, but also the other institutions. We have also the clusters at DG GROW. My suggestion is maybe to turn a little bit to the researchers and the research programs, because now we have the European Innovation Council and we have the ambitions to catch up with the competitiveness. But all these scoreboards are very, as we analyze, at least at the Committee of the Regions, but also David mentioned, it's a bit limited in a way. But we have also excellent economic geographers, we have excellent researchers in Europe. And when I compare it to the States, they have a very deep research on their ecosystems as such. They really build careers, you know, the Silicon Valley. So my question would be a little bit to make a link, not only to the research innovation centers, but also to the academia, to build this program to help Michiel, our former member in the European Innovation Council, because I have the impression that some of the evidence we get about startups especially and about innovative companies a little bit scattered and impressionistic, if I can say so. we need a more solid and comprehensive research also in academia. At least it's a suggestion how to outgrow our innovation scoreboards to become part of a more comprehensive research program, at least which I'm not aware of yet.
All right. Thank you, Svet. Any reaction, or we take note, and any reactions on the links with the other scoreboards?
If I can build on what you said, because I have also taken a few notes on what I think could be improved in the future in the innovation scoreboard, and I think that's where Svet is indicating in that direction. Perhaps some thematic analysis would also be useful, especially along value chains. You know. And again, I take the semiconductor case, which is probably more advanced than the others. Just the fact that you map it out and you make it public, that creates lots of interesting interactions, because people suddenly start to see, okay, so this is what ST Micro is doing, this is what Intel is planning, maybe we should talk to them because there's some opportunities for collaboration. So especially for the strategic sectors, I think it would be nice also for us down in the regions and the national level to see what is the backbone of that sector in Europe. Yeah, hope I'm not misinterpreting what Svet wanted to say.
Maybe just to add, I agree. I mean, we need more work. At the same time, I think it is useful to kind of look at what already exists. So just to do a little bit of marketing for my team, we produce every 2 years the so-called SRIB report, which is looking at the state of play in terms of science, research and innovation in the EU. So it's a bulky publication of some 600 pages full of data analysis. So I think this is already something to look at. And what is interesting here, it doesn't come only from our team or from our DG. We have also contributions from a number of academics or other international organizations like EIB, OECD, and so on and so forth. So I think we are really trying to consolidate and build on the knowledge which exists. Also to do a bit of marketing to my fellow chief economists in DG GROW. They are looking at how the supply chains in Europe are working, what are the dependencies, vulnerabilities, also focusing on specific technologies, the access to critical raw materials. There is a number of papers which were done on this. So again, I would invite you to have a look at the Commission website, and then there you can find some links, indications. If you cannot find them, because I admit our website is not always the easiest to navigate, just come back to me and then I'll point you in the right direction.
Thanks a lot. Very good. So, yeah?
If I could complete what Jorge and what you said. The trend is more important than the year-to-year comparison. Why? Because it's difficult to access data. For instance, financial data. Usually, like a company, they should send their financial data yearly in a yearly way, like year by year. They don't do it. They even prefer to pay a fine, and I'm talking about startup, than sending their official data. If you researchers are working with Orbis, for instance, you will see for innovative companies, we're not going to have the information. So we have to face that. So the trend is important. The year-to-year comparison, monitoring, it's more tricky. Not because we cannot, we don't want, it's because we don't have the data. So there is a kind of like inertia, and we have to take care about that because the world is like going super fast, especially with AI and so on. And we have to really take care about like not looking something from the past when like all the technology landscape has changed already. So we have to be cautious with that, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Don't want to take too much time, but I want to get back to what Jorge said. I think something that he said opened the Pandora box for me. Because I forgot to mention during me answering the questions, is he was mentioning that it is difficult for regions to analyze and look at the indicators. And I have to say that sometimes we have difficulty in understanding how we got to those measurements, because those indicators in the scoreboards are somehow presented, described, but we don't actually understand how they were measured behind. So is there an option to, I don't know, find more in-depth information on the actual analysis and how you get to those numbers? Because I have to, sometimes we're baffled a bit about some of the value of some indicators, because we're doing at regional level a lot of efforts, And it'd be interesting to see how those indicators are built up.
I think it's a question to the two of us jointly. Now, the scoreboard, it's a tool which basically builds on existing data. So we do not create data, right? So in terms of understanding what this particular indicator means, I mean, we put together all the documentation so that is available. But then ideally one should also, go to the source if you have some doubts about the original data, the source data. At the same time, in order to make the scoreboard, we have to transform the data. We have chosen as simple approach as possible, where we normalize, so that we can aggregate, and there we are perfectly transparent. So you can find, all the codes and the approaches on our website. Again, if something does not seem to work well, you can come back to us and we can check whether there are no errors. It sometimes happens when we publish, we get such questions and then we make corrections. But the philosophy is to be as transparent as possible, show all what we do in terms of the data, so that there were no doubts coming from that side.
All right, and with this, if I'm not going, I don't want to be killed, so I think we went a bit over time. It has been a fascinating discussion. As you see, there is already the speakers asking to the other speakers questions, so I'm sure that the conversation and the discussion will continue in our breaks as well. For me, as I said, I learned a lot. I really enjoyed it. I have to thank all speakers for that. Thanks also the audience for the interactions. I wanted to ask you a last word, but I think already you said so much that is also difficult to summarize, and we got so many good messages. For me, just to conclude quickly, first of all, there is a lot of efforts made in order to make available data. There is a lot of evidence as well, a lot of efforts to interpret, and I'm very happy that all these efforts is taken up, and this is useful for regions. And also thanks a lot for all the comments you made, because we are looking forward, we want to improve, we want to deliver services and support for important challenges. As you say, fragmentation and scale are key, and it's very important that we tackle them all together. So it's really a common effort. So I thank you very much for all your intervention, for your attention. Please stay with us. We will have answers to further questions. Regional innovation valleys will be discussed in the next session as well. Hate reports on many of the things that you started hearing here, you will be seeing reflected as well in the next sessions. So thanks a lot again, and I think we go on with the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Magda, and for all our speakers. We can see that there is a great hunger for questions, and we would like to provide you the opportunity for your questions and interactions in the next sessions as well. So, right now, we have a coffee break, and in order to keep time, I would like to ask all of you to be back here at 11 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much. Enjoy your coffee. Dear conference participants, I kindly invite you back to the plenary room to continue with our very exciting next session. I can still see some colleagues outside, and I hope that they will join us soon. Thank you. I kindly ask you to please take your seats in order to continue. I hope that everyone had the chance to refresh a little bit during the coffee break, and I also hope that you had the chance for discussing some of the topics from today or from yesterday, and also I still encourage you to engage in the networking activities and just to discuss the topics with colleagues now or connect with them later on. I would like to give the floor for our next moderator and next panelists. So please welcome the next team on stage. Thank you.
Welcome everyone. Pleasure to have you all here. Yesterday and today we started talking about how collaboration and bridging the innovation divide are some of the key factors to tackle innovation challenges. And today we will talk about an initiative that has both of these issues at its heart, the regional innovation valleys. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the concept. My name is Eva Homic. I work for the European Regions Research and Innovation Network, and I'll have the pleasure to moderate this session. ERIN works with 120 regions and their regional innovation ecosystems, and we've been working extensively on this initiative with 75 regions currently involved. So it's even more of a pleasure to be here today. But to start, before we go into the discussion, I wanted to ask indeed if you could raise your hand if you are familiar with the regional innovation valleys concept. Okay, almost everyone, great to hear. Then I will just say a couple of words of introduction to say again how it all started, the concept, and where we are now as some background. As you may remember, it all started in July 2022 when the regional innovation valleys were first officially mentioned in the new European Innovation Agenda. And it was under Flagship 3 that is focusing on strengthening European innovation ecosystems and bridging the innovation divide. Regional innovation valleys were one of the key actions there. And the idea was to gather at least or up to 100 regions that are committed to enhancing the coordination and directionality of their R&I investments and policies. And we are talking here again about strengthening collaboration both within the ecosystem, so with the quadruple helix stakeholders, the public authorities, industry, academia, and civil society, but also about strengthening collaboration between the ecosystems, building on smart specialization strategies and some linked initiatives like the Partnerships for Regional Innovation that was led by the JRC. The idea was to connect regions with different innovation performance levels. So in this way, to help them tap into each other's capacities and bridge the innovation divide. 5 main challenges were also identified to tackle: achieving circularity, mastering the digital transformation, increasing global food security, reducing reliance on fossil fuels, and improving healthcare. And so that was the concept, but what happened in practice? Last year, we had first calls launched. There were 3 different paths that regions could take. First of them was the call for expressions of interest, when regions could get the Regional Innovation Valley label. And then we also had the calls for proposals under the Interregional Innovation Investments instrument under ERDF, and also under the European Innovation Ecosystems Program of Horizon Europe. And we found out the results this summer. 149 regions were awarded the title, and we have actually representatives of 3 of these regions here with us today, all participating in projects funded under the European Innovation Ecosystems. And as David was also referring to it in the previous session, there's indeed the difference between the European Innovation Ecosystems call and the one under the I3 instrument. So in the EIE, one of the differences is that the regional authorities are really in the driving seat, and there was also a 50% co-funding rate. That was quite a challenge, and links also to the discussions we had yesterday already on the funding synergies. So that's what happened, and now new developments are taking place. So there is currently a questionnaire on regional innovation valleys open that you can still take part in until tomorrow, so hurry up if you would like to help shape the initiative going forward. There is also a new parallel action on innovation for place-based transformations that JRC is launching, and you can still apply there until 22nd of November. And new calls under Horizon Europe under the EIE program are expected in 2025 with a budget of 40 million euros, so something to look forward to. And I'm talking a lot, so soon I'm giving the floor to our panelists. Given all of this, we will talk now about how the REEF process was for all of you from a practical perspective, as well as expectations and the way forward. Then we will take a couple of questions. So today we have with us Montse Daban from Catalonia and Valeria Bandini from Emilia-Romagna, who are working together on Precise EU project that is focusing on personalized medicine. We also have Magda Klimczyk from Małopolska, who is engaged in the Unite project that focuses on digital health, and Margarita Bacigalupo from the Joint Research Center of the European Commission that is handling the gap analysis for the regional innovation valleys and also leading the initiatives like PRI and innovation for place-based transformation. So not to delay it further, I will now give the floor to each of you for brief introductions, and maybe to kick off you can say what actually you find exciting and special about regional innovation valleys, both as an initiative and the projects that you're engaged in. So Montse, the floor is yours.
Thank you, thank you. Oi, so strong, probably. It's good, the sound? Okay, thank you. And thank you for this question, because I tried to summarize this in a very complex slide, probably, but it's been incremental. So I think I would try to, in 3 minutes, to explain this. We started with the knowledge that we have before with a European Innovation Ecosystem Preparatory Action, actually one devoted to determine the readiness for European health data space. So we were already very well connected to the thought of what is the use of a European innovation ecosystem. And then we were, and then just moving on those dots there, the next dot would be how we were aligned to the new European Innovation Agenda different flagships. So the 5 flagships, we saw the opportunity here to align to the talent, to the funding, to the reducing the divide for sure, to address policy-making issues, and also to see how we can promote the experimentation of spaces and the collaboration between industry and all the stakeholders. So that's what we did, and also we were focusing on the twin transition and the resilience. So this was the incremental thought that we had at the beginning when we saw the opportunity of the Regional Innovation Valley. For sure that he's been excited, but it's unique in our case, and probably in another REEF as well, that it was not in the driving seat, actually the regional administration, but it was a cluster organization of the Council of European Bioregions. So there's another dot here representing the Council, which is 50 bioregions in Europe working together for addressing shared challenges and connecting for EU projects. So we started Baden-Württemberg and Catalonia identifying this opportunity in June 2023, and then we just engaged our regions, and that is the exciting part. So it's the role of the clusters from the ground, identifying what is what are the needs of our ecosystems to be really contributing to this transformative innovation from the ground as well. All the entrepreneurship discovery, all the shared agendas are also shared by the clusters, and this is the cluster role. All we are in European Clusters Alliance and the Council of European Bioregions. We were able to engage our regions, so that is exciting also that they said, yes, okay, we are ready to contribute to this tricky 50% co-fund. So this was another of the ideas, so the aligning the smart specialization strategies of our regions with the European innovation agenda that we had very much in practice, thanks to these opportunities that we had. So the other dot that we have here is that we were aligned from the ground also for the funding. So we see here in one dot, the funding is diverse. It's private funding, it's public, it's ERDF, and that is an issue. It was touched yesterday in the panel, but more to talk about. So really the source of funding is relevant and is exciting how to deal with the cascade funding with that. Also, to be able to align the PRECISEU goals with another DG, which is DG HERA. DG HERA that I'm actually a member of the Joint Industrial Cooperation Forum of DG HERA, and in that case, all that has to do with antimicrobial resistance or the diseases or the resilience of Europe and the preparedness is tried also to be reflected in the project as well. So, and we will be working, and I'm moving dots here, contributing to the main 4 goals of precision medicine or personalized medicine, which is health data, ATMPs, so advanced therapies, medicinal product development, reaching the market, reaching the patients, and also the integration of personalized medicine in the health system. So that is the exciting thing about also the project. These 25 partners, and I forgot to mention that one of the goals there is reimbursement as well as in the new European Innovation Agenda, so it's also in the project. So I think we tried to cover all that's exciting about it, and I think it makes probably quite unique, at least for the health system. And then we have 25 partners plus Ukraine, which has been also challenging because we have to overcome the challenges of the funding, the 50% of fund Ukraine. So it was also some interesting path for that. And the collaboration with the EU partnership already ongoing. EP Permed with 375 million and 50 international partners. We are collaborating because we are based on the same strategic research and innovation agenda for personalized medicine. So this is also very exciting for our project. And the goal of involving this quintuple helix, not just quadruple helix, but the quintuple helix, we go further for the 5P medicine, which is more predictive, more preventive, more personalized. So all that is in the project as well. So the launching of 4 projects that help advance the TRL of solutions for personalized medicine from 6 to 8 it's the big thing there. It's how we can make an impact there. And then finally, and these 25 partners, 12 regions, 9 regional authorities, we have patients, we have industry, AstraZeneca is there also. We have a patient organization for the European Patient Forum. So we try to have covered all the value chain for these outcomes. And let me just finish saying that also exciting, and I just posted this on LinkedIn yesterday, I realized here that our beautiful logo with the fingerprint and the technology is also represented here. I don't know if you see that image. No, it was in the cover of Wire with the fingerprint plus technology. So I think read minds think alike. So that's also exciting from our side. So thank you for the time to talk about that.
Thanks a lot, Montse. I will now give the floor to Valeria.
Thank you very much, and good morning all. I'm glad to be here, and I thank, of course, the organizers for the invitation, and I'm happy to share our experience. That is an experience based from the side of the region, the regional authority we worked with, Emilia-Romagna region, the side of an agency, an innovation and development agency that is ARTER, and it's on PRECISEU, so I hope I will complement. I mean, there's not my slide, actually. It's you, okay. Yeah, there it is. Yes, on the same project, so we are a partner of PRECISEU, both as an agency, as the region, and the cluster we have in our region. And you see there some plus that make RIVS special from our point of view. First and foremost, the fact that it has a real and genuine ecosystem approach. That is something that we consider extremely relevant and essential for innovating our territories, let's say, our economies, our society. And in fact, yes, I mean, we have a kind of rich and somehow complicated ecosystem in our region, and now I see also that there's something wrong, but no problem. And yes, following what Monse was saying, the specific quintuple helix approach of this project corresponds exactly to our regional idea to make innovation real in the territory, and with the big advantage of having the opportunity to do it together with other regions, other territories, other stakeholders. What makes special the Regional Innovation Valley is that you are obliged to have a thematic focus. So we can talk about thematic ecosystems instead of territorial ecosystem that we are used to being at the regional scale. And this thematic focus has been really key to involve all relevant stakeholders, to map once again during the project preparation, but also now in the implementation of the activities, to map again the assets, the actors, the strengths we have. We heard about infrastructures, for example, in fact, both yesterday and this morning, for example, an update on the relevant infrastructure to the specific focus we have with this project is really key to make emerge also something that is new to the territory, because, I mean, other organizations are making investment. It's not only the region supporting. I mean, there are independent, fortunately, resources that enable also to advance the capacities of the different stakeholders. And also, because of the sector, but in general terms, as a concept itself, we recognize that RIV is in favor of interdisciplinarity. Because, in fact, in a specific sector, as it is precision medicine, you need a kind of wide range of technological capacities and a wide range of competencies that you have to pull together. And this is something that is, again, key to make things happen. And in fact, the fact that we work on a challenge that is a challenge from the policy side, but also from the business side. From the policy side, because the policymaker has the opportunity, or is obliged by the rules of the code of the operation, to put money and to put, to influence the direction of the project, but also from the market side. The challenge is to create opportunities and to find opportunities for companies to grow and for the prosperity of our territories. What's challenging also is the fact that you share with other territories, with different contexts, with different level of, with different assets, with different capacities, and this alignment, let's say, this. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. I think that yes, Monse, you agree, but it's something that enrich a lot the activity that we are carrying out in our single regions. Yes, the alignment of financial resources. We spent some words and time on synergies. I don't want to go further on that. And in terms of real benefit that we aim at and we expect is the concrete and real innovation projects involving companies or, led by the business sector in the interregional dimension. What is challenging but really important for us, for my region, is to have the opportunity to work interregionally, recognizing recognizing and experimenting, it's a big experiment to a certain extent, the opportunity to enlarge, to go beyond the borders, and to go beyond the traditional interregional collaboration that regions usually are used to, that is typically within the Interreg projects, and to make concrete innovation projects led by companies, as I'm saying, that's going to come in some months, I hope. That's from my side. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Valeria. Regional innovation valleys are indeed innovative in this way, that's fostering new kinds of collaboration. Magda, do you share this view? What did you find special?
Good morning, everyone. Yes, my experience, my excitement to being a part of my first Horizon Europe project, because I used to coordinate rather Interreg projects focused on mutual learning and a rather exchange of experience. So the most exciting thing for me now is that finally we are doing very concrete work, and we hope to we hope to get real tangible innovations in the region. May I have the slide? Okay, this is something that I also expected, that our slides would answer to the question differently, because I focused on mainly the region as a part of, as a regional innovation valley. And first of all, we find it interesting and very valuable for the region, because we can give our regional companies, startups, the opportunity of working internationally in a very innovative environment. So this is the main added value of the efforts to submit the project and to take our time as the regional authority to prepare the call, to prepare our companies to take part in the call for innovation. So this is, I think, the biggest plus of the project we are implementing. The project Unite is focused on digital health. So we mainly built on already existing, very well developed ecosystem around life science. We have some already identified partners, stakeholders in the region, and now we are going to move into the business sector, to involve companies, to involve startups, to try innovations in medtech, in deep tech, and to do so, we have the cascade financing already in progress, I think, in preparation process. So the big plus is that the companies will take the 100% of their expenses, so they can propose the innovation to develop internationally together in an international consortium, and they don't have to put their own budget into these projects. So that might be also very interesting for them to be part of those little projects, innovative projects. We also plan to use the Unite platform, the Regional Innovation Valley platform, to promote our companies. I don't mean only the Małopolska companies, but companies from all partner regions, to give them the floor to shine. Because if they do innovations, let them show it to the world. So that's also a big plus of being the Valley. And the obvious one, mutual learning. I have huge experience in exchange of experience, mutual learning, and I know that it can bring huge value in the future, because today is the conference, but we all think about tomorrow. So that's a good time, and that's a good place to talk about tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Magda. And the point you're making on engaging companies more in the regional innovation ecosystem challenges is indeed nice and important, because it's often seen as a big bottleneck and challenge. So good that regional innovation valleys can help. And Margherita, from the European Commission perspective, or more from the JRC, what you would see as the most exciting part of this initiative?
Thanks. It's indeed a different perspective, but I think that there are things to highlight also from our point of view. First of all, coming from the JRC and having been engaged in the past 4+ years on rethinking innovation for place-based transformation, we see this call and this initiative as very exciting, because it puts the seeds for a transformation, meaning this calling the region to invest in the ecosystem, in enhancing the coordination of policy and the directionality of policy, what Valeria was saying about the thematic focus. At the end, the thematic focus is calling all the actors in an ecosystem to decide and prioritize one of the shared priorities and to work on it cross-border. So this is a very good example of how policy can put directionality at the core and create a system that, even through the cascade funding, tries to align the different agenda on these shared priorities. So I think this is exciting. And then the element, the work we started with the pilot that we ran in collaboration with the Committee of the Regions, that was called PRI, Partnership for Regional Innovation. That was 1-year pilot that was meant to validate the theory that we had pulled together as a JRC in co-creation with territory. So validated and transforming it in something more usable. We started with a playbook that was not very playful, but it condensed the reflection that had been done by us. In the parallel, there was the work of scientific committee that led to the publication of the Square, that I recommend for those who were triggered by the discussion what it means place-based. So in the Square, we deep dive in the place-based dimension, and then at the end of the pilot we published the action book, which is for surely an exercise of knowledge synthesis, but is far more actionable. And in the PRI, one of the big elements was this of interregional collaboration. We even had the concept of challenge-oriented interregional collaboration. So the RIV calls have at their core all these elements, and in addition, I would stress they are an example of policy experimentation, because from maybe you don't see it the same way, but from the Commission point of view, bringing together, trying to align instruments that have been designed for different purposes, excellence-oriented and cohesion-oriented instruments, to use them to close the innovation divide, but also to show how policy and action mix can be used to achieve the objective of the territory. So for me, one element that I would like to flag is that this call is oriented to those who have a direction, they know where they want to go, and they pool the resources, European, national, regional, private, combining different funds within the legal constraints they have to move in the direction they want to move. So I think there are many excellent examples. I have a couple of slides, but what we are doing that I want to say is that it's easy for the Commission to say, we have done a great job, this is a super initiative, but part of the experimentation and the piloting is collecting feedback. So as JRC, we are doing a gap analysis in collaboration with RTD. We have run a number of focus group thematics, so to keep this element very at the center of the research we have done, one on digital and one on food, and then about 20 interviews with territories that I have either participated or not participated, being successful or non-successful, and now we have a survey open. So if you can go to the last slide, one more, this. You have the QR code for the survey. It's open until tomorrow. It's very brief. Whether you have participated or not participated, it doesn't matter. We are collecting feedback from potential participants to enrich the understanding of what worked well, what didn't work well, and what can be the element of reflection for designing the next work program. Then I will tell you about the preparatory action.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Margherita. It's indeed a nice bridge to the next question, which is about diving deeper and seeing what the process has been like for you in developing projects, but also in evaluating this initiative. So, Montse, you are coordinating the Preciso project, and it kicked off as the first of the 5 funded projects under EIE program on the 1st of July. And you mentioned you have 25 partners. That's really a lot, and involving the quintuple helix. Sounds very challenging. Can you explain if it was indeed a challenge, or maybe it was very easy?
It is indeed. And it's also exciting, like we mentioned, but it all started, like we said, identifying how to go from a preparatory action. It was the beginning, so we have a preparatory action. We were told that there will be opportunities ahead, so which are those? And then they appeared. And the 50% co-fund, of course, made us doubt that that was the thing we had to go for. Because this is what made probably most of, I mean, it's true that many organizations or regional authorities were aware of the call, but actually a few number of projects were, I mean, managed to be put together and sending submitting a proposal. So, of course, the process has been complicated, but it all started, like I said, with a couple of cluster organizations from the Council of European Bioregions, Baden-Württemberg, with BioRen and BioCat in Catalonia, and we quickly engaged people from Emilia-Romagna, so we have cluster and then the ARTER and the RER, the region, and we also have Lithuania Innovation Agency, we have the partners here, so thank you also for being in the audience today, and also then we started to add very quickly the regional authorities, so that the engagement was crucial. Because we were able to transmit, or to explain this excitement about the possibility of transform, like this place-based transformation. It is true, Valeria, that, and I wanted to react to something that you said, that regional administrations are not as used to collaborate in new projects as cluster organizations. So I think that this is or ecosystem organization. So I think this is, the possibility was probably facilitated because of that. And then I also answering to, I mean, your comment about it was your first project in Horizon Europe. So, wow, no. But at the same time, probably Horizon Europe does not prepare you for regional innovation values. You're better prepared with an Interreg or an ERANET than with a regional, with an Horizon Europe project. So I think that is also something remarkable too. So don't be scared because of not having had a previous Horizon Europe project, no? And then the budget had to be very creative.
having Ukraine on board meant that there was no 50% co-fund from their side, so it has to come from the consortium. So someone had to recover less from the Commission that added to the consortium. So ERDF is a big issue, still ongoing issue. I don't know what will happen, that was discussed like we said. And then we started everything in June 2023, and then submitted in October 2023. So it was a short time, very busy summer. In Spain, that is a big deal because we have our vacations in August, so it's no vacations, but anyway. And then we have already 6 months of project almost kicked off, and we have already the website almost launched, the LinkedIn page, so the work packages are working together, and having such a diversity of players. For example, we have large infrastructures, EATRIS is there. So EATRIS is promoting like a multi-stakeholder infrastructure for personalized medicine, which is something they do. Or we have activities like awards planned to best practices in the area. We have a hackathon ongoing that will be celebrated in February. So we have plenty of activities, and also something that we are very keen of. It's the design thinking for policymakers, because we want to change the mindset towards innovation from the regional perspective, the administration perspective. And we are going to launch that also in 2025. So looking forward, next steps, all those activities, but also working with other regional innovation valleys to better understand how to do this challenging cascade funding from the regional perspective, and also some opportunities that have been generated and will generate again. For example, we were granted also with some of the partners EU cluster UA project. So it means that we are also working with Ukraine to share best practices in cluster organization. So these kind of things are the ones that we are looking forward, and I think next months are going to be, or 4 years and a half, are going to be very exciting actually.
Thanks a lot, Montse. And now same question to Valeria.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat exactly what Montse said. No, that's not. Well, yes, that's something that I can mention. In fact, let's say where are we? What are we doing? What are we expect to do, etc. What we are experimenting is something that Montse mentioned. That is the connection with other departments. This is because of the topic, but it's not the only reason, because of multidisciplinarity and connections among different sectors, I would say. And in our region, also thanks to this project, and the steps we are taking are very promising. We are connecting the Department of Economic Development, Industry and Employment, blah, blah, with the Department of Health. That is not obvious. I don't know what's the situation in your regions and countries, but having the opportunity to work on, let's say, regional growth or prosperity from the different points of view, I was mentioning the economic and social and others, requires the collaboration between different actors, also within the regional government, and this is possible, and we are making it possible thanks to this project. That's something that I wanted to mention because I think it's relevant. As I was saying, as Emilia-Romagna, we are three of us, the region, the agency, and the cluster. Again, we think that this combination and the collaboration we are already used to, but that it is focused on a specific challenge, is giving good results already, and again, it will be a tough work to be done, but we are happy that we have this opportunity, and we recognize the relevance of having the cluster with us, and as well as the synergy among this partnership within the region. We are already working. We started working also because of other opportunities we had. We are already working on the best way to combine ERDF with Horizon funds. Not easy, but happy to do it. I'm looking at Magda because we have spoken about that many times. And I'm very happy, I might say, that my region is taking the challenge. It's also a kind of political challenge to use funds that are typically and traditionally used to respond to local needs on operations that include, a kind of shared benefit for different companies and territories. And I think it's really something that we have to make efforts on. You maybe noticed that Emilia-Romagna was red in my slide, but you may have noticed it was green in the scoreboard and possibly in your slide because we are a strong innovator, and it was blue in the complexity loop that Professor Borsma showed us or described us. And this morning we heard that that was David O'Leary, I think, mentioning the fact that there's a positive correlation between being a strong innovator and having a strong business collaboration capacity. So I think that Regional Innovation Valley are aiming at that results. We have to make it concrete, step by step, trying and hopefully not making too many mistakes. We are going to share that. You are our boss, so you are the one. And yes, we need time to experiment. We needed the time to prepare the proposal, and I think it was a big challenge. So if I may give a suggestion to the ones who are aiming at future proposals, start well in time. There's somebody laughing in the audience, so maybe they know what I mean. And that's it for the moment. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Valeria. And now I'll move on to Magda. Magda, your project is smaller because I know it has 8 partners, and since it's also for you first project in Horizon Europe, I guess it was challenging. But also Emilia-Romagna and Catalonia are indeed strong innovators. Małopolska is a moderate innovator. Did it influence in any way maybe your experience? But if you could talk about this and maybe next steps, expectations.
Okay, I just want to share a short experience from submitting both as express of interest and as a part of the project. And the first one, the most challenging was to decide which field we should focus on. Because if you have 7 smart specialization in your region, it is decision what we should focus on. And we had 3 leaders, like life science, circular economy, and energy. And we decided on life science, which is the most mature ecosystem already in Małopolska region, and we have strong partners in our ecosystem. So that's what we focused on during the application for Regional Innovation Valley. And in the Unite project, it was rather like partner contributions, so we have a very strong coordinator, which is EIT Digital, and they took care of everything. So just giving the contribution they needed and also being open for discussions during the application process. But our expectations as I already mentioned before, that our main focus is now to involve business, especially startups, because in Małopolska region there is a huge barrier in medtech sector and healthcare sector. There are some innovations, there are especially social innovations because of other our instruments like Social Innovation Incubator that helped individuals to develop some solutions for people, starting from giving the patient, giving the service recipient in the center. So we know that people have good, great, innovative ideas, but don't have the environment to develop it. So we really hope that Unite will give them the platform to cooperate. But the challenge is, I want to be, we as the region are very happy that the co-financing of the project wasn't a big problem, because we convinced our policymakers that this is the investment for tomorrow. So we could provide the co-financing to the project. However, the challenge is how to convince now the companies to bring those funds back to the region in this, innovation financing process instrument. So that's the challenge, how to bring them to this project as a real part of it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Magda. And Margarita, from your side, you're carrying out the gap analysis. I'm not sure if you can already share some regional insights, but maybe also looking forward on the new preparatory action on innovation for place-based transformation. It indeed seems like a promising opportunity for regions to learn, build capacity, and experiment with innovation policies. So maybe if you could say a few more words about that as well.
Thanks, Eva. Indeed, what I can say about the next steps in the Regional Innovation Valleys initiative is that the Rimini conference, the Community of Practice conference that will take place in December from 11th to the 12th is a space where we will share initial findings of this gap analysis. Closing tomorrow, we will start looking into the data, and in December we'll be able to share. So you're all invited. And this, also I can share that the letter from the commissioners that are expected are on the verge of being sent. So be patient a little bit more. Many people have asked when they will come out. They will come out soon. They are almost ready. And when it comes to the preparatory action, so this is, if you want, the follow-up activities on the work we started with the PRI is based on the action book, and is called Innovation for Place-Based Transformation. If I can ask you to go to the slide in which there is the process, what we have done is to create, like a bit in the RIV, in which there were different pathways. This one is good. In the RIV, there was the call of expression of interest, the EIE calls, and the I3 calls. Here, if you want, is an extreme parallel, since here there is no money, but there are three strands of way to participate. So there is the awareness raising stream of activities that will be open to anyone. Business, public administration, NGOs from member states, from Mars, anyone can who is interested in learning about transformative innovation, with the hook to the experiences that we will be doing in this preparatory action is welcome to apply. And this will be a knowledge sharing space. Then there is the capacity building strand, which has to be led by a public administration, so the application must be done by a public administration. There is a heavy commitment because it's 11 modules, 8 of which are based on the action book, and 3 will be shaped on the results of the experimental journeys that are part of the third strand. So there is a commitment to devote time to learn from what has been, what is the knowledge that the JRC is consolidating, either to the action book or the work that will be done during the experimentation journeys. Here we ask to fill in a survey, to have a challenge focus, and to get a letter of support by the organization. What do we mean by that? We mean that I take a name, since I haven't collected the dots, but I have done the networking, so I'll name Andrea. If Andrea wants to take part of this capacity building, she needs to collect the signature of someone in her administration that allows her to devote time to this activity. So this is to ensure that those who participate are freed from other activities to devote time to learning. We wish not to have dropouts in the process, not everybody come on board, but make sure you have the time to participate. And in this case, ideally, there is space for Raluca to bring along other actors and say, I will bring in this capacity building also other people, including the private sector, so saying we want to learn together, and that would be fantastic. Not necessary, but fantastic. And then for the experimentation journey, what we ask, as Mikel always said, is sweat and tears. So again, no money, but the desire to engage in 18 months experimentation journeys that will be demanding based on how much you are able to, those who apply are able to match it with activities that are ongoing. So the experimentation journeys, you have to think from the JRC perspective. So they are not technical support instruments. They are not meant to accompany a territory, a cluster, to move in their pathway, but they are a space for experimentation where our duty is to learn and consolidate the approach. So we have to find those that are committed to a journey and they are committed, they have done some steps, and they want to share the step done so far and the challenges they are facing. So in this case, there is always the survey to be filled in, the form, and a letter of political support. And this is very important because since there is no money that we are putting in, we want to ensure that the people that engage, that from their public administration, from their territories, there is a commitment to then act upon the findings. So make the policy choices, policy action, funding choices that are informed by this process. Therefore, this is an important step. Let me say that the deadline is the 22nd of November, but if for any reason you have hard times in meeting this deadline, you send us an email, and you can go to the next slide, so there is also the email, and you ask for an extension. So you have the QR code with the information. This is very important. The requirement of having a letter of political support is for those who engage in the effort to ensure that there is a political alignment, political will. We know that in some context, in some moment, can be more difficult, so we have a deadline, but we are open to listen to desire to extend. And one thing that I want to flag is that on the experimentation journey and the capacity building, the challenge orientation is RIV-driven, if you want. We have chosen the same 5 burning challenges that are part of the RIV, which is, again, a way to create synergies between the things that we know have moved territories, because if there are more than 140 regions that have applied to the RIV, they already have selected an area of challenges, and so we want to build on those. There are extra 2. One is on the NEB, and the second one is on climate adaptation, because these are strands of work that we are working on along the same line. So directionality, coordination, policy experimentation. So, and these we have know-how in the house that we want to keep growing in collaboration with the territories. So if we don't give money and we promise sweat and tears, what's in it for you? Well, there is the capacity to move along the journey with the support. So we have tendered out the implementation of the capacity building and experimentation journey, and we have not winning consortium yet, but this will be soon decided. What is unique to what we do is that in all the 5 areas, the JRC has in-house expertise. So it's research from the Commission on all the topics, from health to food security, from energy and reducing reliance on fossil fuel to climate adaptation. We have world-class science work at the JRC. So this is a way also to open up the knowledge that the JRC produces to the territories.
Thanks a lot, Margherita. We, of course, also encourage all territories to indeed apply for that. We know that many regions used PRI as a stepping stone to then apply for the regional innovation valleys, so you can treat it as a bridge. I know we are almost out of time, but if you're very hungry, you can go for lunch. But I would still allow for a couple of questions, if anyone would like to ask something. Yeah, everyone is very hungry, it seems. All right, if there are no questions, then maybe I would just give the floor for one last sentence from each of you. If you could just say very shortly why maybe new regions, new participants should engage in the calls that are upcoming, so we can take it with us for the way forward.
Yeah, and well, I just assumed the same order, so I took the mic to say that, someone asked me, would you engage in another time in a process like that? Yeah, but with some changes. Some things would be differently done for sure, but this might be a scary but very enriching process in which we learn every step of the way along with the Commission, I'm sure. So we are all learning. You are contributing to the transformative innovation or even leading it, and the outcome is a more connected ecosystem. And the outcome, you have the 5 innovation performance levels. We expect to contribute to the improvement of some of those performance indicator levels for some of the regions in the next 5 years. So that's why I think that it's very encouraging to participate in this kind of process.
So if the question is why to participate, I already gave some plus, and I don't want to repeat myself. Overall, I think that we have to, we are talking about Europe at the end. I think that regional innovation valleys are a way to connect and to act together for Europe growth, I would say. And I think that, there's a kind of combined benefit for the companies, the startups, the authorities, and the different stakeholders in a public-private collaboration dimension within the region and with other regions. So it's really a challenge to be taken, and having the support, yes, okay, it's only 50%, but having the support of Europe, having this, also framework enabling, in fact, to go ahead together. So I would say, Emilia-Romagna possibly is going to look at the next call and apply on another topic other than health, just to share with you the valuable experience, even though tough, and the commitment that my region has in going in that direction.
I'll try to be quickly. What I've learned from almost all my previous projects is that very often we get something we didn't expect. We got even more than we planned. So this is something I also expect from the Unite project. And the other hope from my side is that we can change something. We can change our future. And I know that sounds like naive or, like a dreamer, but I think it's good to have some dreams and to translate it into action and outputs and outcomes for our region and Europe, I think. So thank you.
In my case, I invite you to participate to any action that makes sense for you to go in the direction you want to go, be it the next call of the RIV, being the preparatory action, but especially to engage and provide feedback along the way. All these venues are created to listen to those that are the intended beneficiaries or in the intermediary organizations that make innovation happen in the territory. So these calls and these actions are also meant to foster a dialogue. The preparatory action in particular is an instrument that is created to foster policy dialogue and to prepare for future legislative action. So by engaging, you have your voice heard. If you don't say why you don't engage, then we lose the pressure inside of what are the barriers that have to be overcome. So engage, and if you don't, let us know why.
Thanks a lot. And on this note, I'd like to thank everyone and for your participation. Hope you enjoyed the session, and if you have any questions, we are around after.
Thank you very much for our moderator and our panelists of this session. Before going out for the lunch break, I would like to ask all of you to again check your badge. And please check here in the top left corner the second little dot that you have with a sticker. If you have a red sticker on the second place, then that means that you chose breakout session number 1, which is going to be held in this room. If you have a blue sticker here on the second place, you chose breakout session number 2, which is going to be in the breakout room. For that, you need to follow the signs of the breakout session. It's the same room as it was yesterday. You might need your code. There is a short walk outside to go to the next building. And for now, I wish you a nice lunch break, and we will be back at the breakout sessions at 1 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much. És akkor ki is tudjátok rakni? És akkor most engem elvileg hall? Most akkor ő hall engem? Good afternoon, Professor. Right now I'm speaking as the speakers will do, so I'm speaking in a microphone. And could you please confirm that you can hear me? Most jó? Yes, Professor. Good afternoon,
Yes.
Professor. And now I'm testing the microphone. I'm standing in front of the room where the speakers will sit. Can you please confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, very well. And you? Can you listen to me?
Thank you very much. Yes, we can also hear you and we can also see you very well.
Okay. So I believe everything has started. I will be, now is 12:35, so I believe the session starts at 2 p.m., yes?
At 2 p.m., correct, yes.
Okay. So I will link a few minutes before 2.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Professor. See you
Thank
at 2
you.
o'clock.
Thank you. Thank you.
Csodálatos.
Ladies and gentlemen, after this lovely lunch break, and now we are about to start our afternoon session for today. And here in the auditorium, I have the breakout session number 1 with 2 speakers and the moderator. Our second speaker will join us live online. I also kindly ask the technician colleagues to thank you, to include Mayor Kristova as well. Thank you very much, and I'm handing over for our panel session.
Okay, thank you, Dora. My name is Svetozar Andreev from the European Committee of the Regions. And I have next to me Johanna Dol from the Ostrobotnia region, and Mayor Tanya Kristova from Gabrovo in Bulgaria, who is also the chair of the SEDEC Commission at the Committee of the Regions. And the topic of today is quite general. It's policy making at local and regional level. But the organizers asked us a little bit to go deeper in the topics that we saw this morning with the innovation scoreboard, with the regional innovation valleys, and to look also at the experience of local officials, local managers, locally elected politicians with all these projects, to also to have a look a little bit in the future. And for housekeeping, we agreed here, at least with Johanna and Tanya, that I will make a small introduction where we stand now. Then both of them will say just a few words about their regions and how they benefited from all these territorially place-based programs recently. And then I'll ask them 2 questions each, and then we'll open for Q&A. First of all, I'd like to say that this session that we have, it's a very good transition from the previous session, which was on the regional innovation valleys, but also as the colleagues from GRC and Margherita, here I see her present, announced the PA, the preparatory action that is also done together with the European Parliament on place-based transformation. And the deadline that was set in 3 strands on the 22nd of November. I know that many of the participants, but also the people who follow us online, I know that many people follow us online, are going to apply by the deadline of the 22nd of November. So this is the first session, and the one that follows us is the last but not the least session. I think it's probably the most strategic and politically significant one. Is on the future framework program, what we can expect in the future with the participation of Manuel Aitor, with Anne Beignet, our rapporteur on FP10, the Committee of the Regions, with Pirita from Erin and Martin Kern. So these are very, very important contributions. So today's session we have this ambition, to link from the previous to the last session. As you're well aware, those of you who work in this field, be it in Brussels or at the local level, we stand at a critical moment before the new political period starts in Brussels. You saw the hearings of the commissioners, the confirmation of Commissioner-designate Zakharieva. You saw also the debates that were started also with the expert group paper, the high-level group on FP9 and FP10. The framework program, the communication is expected to come in the middle of 2025, so between the Polish and the Danish presidency. So all these issues put very interesting questions to us. How much financing, whether this new competitiveness funds, how it will relate to the current Horizon program. So all these are open issues so that we don't objectively have answers at this moment of time. But at least we can express wishes, we can a bit reflect what the achievements have been so far, what challenges we found. So it's, this is the state of play. And one thing that we are also very grateful, at least at the local and regional level, is that these new, I would call them generations of programs that were initiated by both the Joint Research Center and the DG R&I, like the partnerships for regional innovations, the regional innovation valleys. Someone mentioned a bit older programs like Interreg, the ERANET. So all these are very useful instruments that were not, they seem to be obvious, but they were not there some 10 years ago and, or even 5 years ago. So we found them very important, and we believe, at least at the European Committee of the Regions, that they should be consolidated in the future. What is the end goal, or the goal, at least the intermediary goal of all this, is to consolidate the regional innovation ecosystems, and if we can, some people mentioned, change the mentality. But Finns are the best at reflecting, especially about mentality change. So I would like to invite first Johanna Dahl from the Ostrobotnia region to present a little bit where they are, what the challenges are in her region. Also, afterwards it will be Gabrovo. I think that there are a lot of similarities between both regions, because they are not the Reggio Emilias or the Barcelonas, the most advanced regions, but they are a little bit one step below, I would say, in terms of completion of the ecosystem. But they have very rapidly developed in recent years, so it's very interesting for us to hear what is their experience. Johanna, could you just go in within 5 minutes?
Yeah, thank you. It might be a bit more. I have 6 slides, so, but yes. Thanks for the opportunity to participate today, and I will give you a short overview a bit of what we're doing in our region, and I'll share some of our experiences of being involved in the PRI pilot that Svet mentioned, but also our commitment to the outlined challenge, reducing reliance on fossil fuels. And if I could please get the presentation going. I'm representing the Regional Council of Ostrobotnia, and Ostrobotnia is a NUTS 3-level region situated on the west coast of Finland, bordering the Gulf of Bothnia. And we were actually involved in the PRI pilot as a single region, and we are a small region. We're hosting only around 3% of Finland's population, but we are the most industry-dominated region in Finland, and also with the highest manufacturing value-added capita, and also a R&D intensity being at the top among Finnish regions. And there's also a quite long tradition of triple helix collaboration in our region, and for example, the energy cluster holds a gold label certificate of cluster management. Could I get the presentation? Sorry? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm steering it. Sorry, yeah. So there you see in Finland, the west region marked with blue is Ostrobotnia. Yeah, but let's zoom in a bit on our PRI journey. And during this journey, Ricardo Hausmann talked about the changing conditions for diversification. Now we're stepping into a decarbonizing economy. And he actually underlined in one of the talks that he gave in the PRI initiative that to date, the Green Agenda has focused quite a lot on the needs for regions to lower their emissions and to reach net zero goals. However, when it comes to diversification and to finding new growth paths for the region's ability and capacity to provide solutions enabling other regions in other places of the world to decarbonize will actually be key. And regions that are able to leverage this trend are also bound to grow faster. And this actually highlighted for us the importance of leveling up the development work for really accelerating our ecosystem collaboration, but also the importance of putting the deep tech angle in the work that we were doing with PRI and also with the Regional Innovation Valley initiative that we're interested in. Today, the region of Ostrobothnia is a substantial producer of renewable energy with its many onshore wind parks, but also offshore wind parks investments that are planned along the long coastal area of the region. And we also see that this is leading to investments in our region today by energy-intensive industries, for example, related to hydrogen production, battery manufacturing, and so on. We also host an energy cluster, which is the largest technology hub of energy tech companies in the Nordics, consisting of more than 180 companies. And now I have a short video sequence to show a bit of what the R&D work we're doing in our region. Let's see if we get it to work.
The companies who make up the Energy Vasa cluster are global leaders in several key areas and businesses. The smart grid companies have a strong heritage. 90% of all grid development in Finland is carried out in Vasa. These grid companies have a global reach. Wherever you live in the world and switch on your lights, technology from the Energy Vasa cluster is involved. Marine Solutions, in turn, are represented by the cleanest and most efficient record-holding engines in the world. And we're not stopping there. Hybrid technologies and optimization of all aspects are also part of our technology portfolio. Within the area of sustainable energy production, we find a multitude of companies making sure the grid can be fed with the cleanest energy possible. Our green handprint will give future generations a cleaner world to live in. Companies active within energy efficiency aim to give you more work for less energy. Reducing the global energy consumption will be vital in order to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement. What all of these have in common is the need for innovative digital solutions, helping optimize production and material utilization. As global leaders, the Energy Vasa companies are rising to meet the clean tech challenges in order to create a better tomorrow. Our success is the result of a...
Yes, thank you. However, to really stay ahead in the energy transition requires constant research and innovation efforts, investments, and development work. And as part of the work that we have been doing with our regional smart specialization strategy, but also with the conceptualization of the RIB model, we have conducted a significant amount of interviews within company leaders in our region. And interestingly, the results from these interviews align very nicely with a recent study that was also referred to this morning related to the Regional Innovation Scoreboard on drivers of innovation discovered in regions scoring high on innovation, and this relates to the 17 case studies that they have done. But what I would like to stress here, we see the similar drivers, but what we also see is that the bottlenecks that we have for the future and that we need to solve relate to these exact same themes. For example, when it comes to facilitating partnerships between public and private sectors, it's really a key issue to solve complex challenges. But we also see that one of these challenges, for example, how will the grid look like in 30 years? What's the end game? And this is crucial for the type of research and new products that the companies need to introduce. And this really creates a need for energy market knowledge and capacity, but also for kind of building more regulatory sandboxes and experiences, which will require a lot of cooperation, considering that the energy market is highly regulated. And with this being said, I would like to point out that these factors and drivers, they're not just important for catching up, but they're also really important for staying at the front. And these are areas where we need to have significant development needs that we need to take into the innovation policy work that we're doing on our region and finding solutions together at the regional level, but also horizontally. And going a bit back to the PRI journey also, another thing that Another thing that the PRI also stressed for us and gave a good framework was to think about synergies between different funding initiatives. And it gave a good umbrella framework to have this discussion at a regional level. And for example, I took here the Hydrogen's Valley initiative, which is under development in our region. In this initiative, there's a really strong focus on business-to-business cooperation and to advance the development of current business cases and exploiting current business activities and opportunities. In this initiative and the Hydrogen Valley initiative that we have been working on, the S3 and the ERDF funding is a bit in a minor part, but it's still there to support the development. On the other hand, in the Regional Innovation Valleys initiative, you go more into the exploration of new areas and new deep tech solutions, and here S3 and RDF is really in a key role. But this targets the knowledge ecosystem and really complements the work on, for example, the hydrogen valleys. And as a final remark also what PRI brought, and that was more of a mission-based elements into S3 and to the structured process of innovation policy in the region. And this is where we are at the moment, thinking about what are our regional missions that we want to put in under the outlined challenge that we have chosen to work on, and what will the commitment be of different actors in our region. So, thank you.
Thank you, Johanna. I know that Mrs. Christova has prepared more for the Q&A session that we are going to engage in a minute. But I would like to also to invite her, because we have, to summarize a little bit what Johanna said, we have a region which is outside of the capital in almost the same size kind of as population country. You have your smart specialization, which is very clear on energy, looking into the future on hydrogen, on wind, or farming, you told me as well, on the coastline. Tanya, you also have in your city, and you have, I know, very nice presentation, you're preparing an innovation camp, but you are one of the few regions in Bulgarian cities that have a smart specialization strategy. Could you, based on your experience, tell us a little bit what Gabrovo is now and how it looks into the future, basically? What kind of industries, what kind of... just to set the context, and we can also talk about the PRIs, the RIFs, and where, of course, you both participate.
Yes, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be together with you, although through the technologies. And I'm really very happy to briefly present the place that I belong to. It is Bulgarian municipality at the very geographical center of our country. The name of my municipality is called Gabrovo, and we are trying to be really very active in the field of establishing strong innovation ecosystem, which involves a lot of partners, mainly from the part of our technical university. We have a university which is mainly in the field of engineering and IT sector. We are a region that is defined by a form of very strong industrial development, and currently with many medium and small-sized companies, many of which are trying to be innovative and to catch up with the tendencies related to the contemporary challenges. Involving a lot of investments.
Tanya, I'm sorry, the sound is not perfect. Do you know what might be the reason, or it's?
I don't. I also have challenges to hearing you, but maybe if you have.
Now it's better. Now it's better. Yeah.
Is it okay?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
So if you are hearing me, I will continue by mentioning that in our region we have many medium and small-sized companies which are engaged in the field of mechatronics, in the field of metal processing, and also plastics, which demands their active actions for engaging circular economy and trying to address all these contemporary challenges. I've mentioned that as a public authority, we have been very active, and this is because we were happy to work a lot with different European partners. Being member of the Committee of the Regions provided also the opportunity to be part of different projects. I will just mention the organization of Innovation Camp, which we are planning also for this year. This will be the 8th edition. In this format, we addressed in a very interactive way local challenges, trying to also use our local benefits. And we are the region which is among, I think we are the only one. We also engage wider than the municipality territory to have smart specialization strategy. And here the Partnership for Regional Innovation turned to be very important with regard to engaging very innovative practical tools which helped us to establish better collaboration between the different stakeholders and also to prepare different applications which are really very important for the competitive development of our region. I would like just to mention that thanks to all the European initiatives that we happily became part as partnership from Gabrovo, we have established Regional Innovation Center, which is currently being very active in the field of strengthening our innovation ecosystem. This Regional Innovation Center is founded by the municipality, by the regional governor, by the technical university, and with also the participation of many companies, some of which are really committed to develop also innovation. And the Regional Innovation Center is implementing very important projects, one of which is just at the beginning, but I think very crucial. It is for the European Digital Innovation Hubs. We are also one of the 2 municipalities in Bulgaria that are part of the mission for climate neutrality and smart cities. And here in the field of working with industry, among the biggest challenges that we are going to address, because the need for more data, the need for more collaboration and monitoring of what is happening in the field of our industry with regards to achieving climate neutrality is something that is also part of our projects and is part of our climate city contract that we managed to submit this September. We are working together with many different partners from Europe, mainly from Spain. It is the region of Navarra, which we are partnering very successfully, that we are working on the involvement of our smart specialization strategy, involving also inclusivity. And I think this brings us logically to the opportunity through the Ministry of Innovation of Bulgaria, Gabrovo, and I believe also other regions of Bulgaria, to become part of one of the projects for the Regional Innovation Valleys. And as a whole, this development of our innovation practices was really strongly supported by the unique opportunity that we as a territory, as a region, working in different partnerships and being part of different projects, to reach this level where innovation, where engagement in a common purpose, which engages different partners, is really supported. And I believe that the next few years will be really crucial for showcasing that this investment, mainly in capacity, mainly in learning how to work together, even listening and understanding and accepting international partners, will start producing positive outcomes. And I think that probably soon Bulgaria will move ahead in the scale of the definition of the innovation status, because unfortunately currently we are at the top, which means that we are lagging behind. But I think with the engagement and with showcasing that municipality like the one that I represent, which is not very big, is capable to be a dynamic motivator. And of course, here I should also mention that the synergy between local, national and European level will play a crucial role. But I think we all realize and we know that without being innovative, without being open to work in a systemic framework, nobody will be able to remain in the near future on the market, and the challenges should be transformed into opportunities.
Okay, thank you very much. Now let's engage. I'll have a question for both of you, Johanna and Tanya. Based on your experience from the partnerships for regional innovation, the pilot phase and then the regular phase, where we had also the action book produced from the Joint Research Center, the question is, do you think that the next step, which is set already in motion, which is the pilot action, first of all, I mean, the question has two parts. The first part is, what is your general impression on the PRIs? Johanna, you already answered with some positive notes on this. But basically, what are you looking forward into this new stage of the PRIs, or the new phase, as it calls now, place-based transformation? The same question to Tanya. Tanya, what is your general impression of the PRIs, and what are you looking forward in the new preparatory action on place-based transformation? Okay, let's, Johanna, start. 3-4 minutes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you. I would say that the tools and methods introduced in PRI were really interesting and inspiring for trying to find new ways of working with our stakeholders and finding new operating models, as I said, for example, to bring in these mission-oriented elements on a regional level. How could we work with that? And also with the Regional Innovation Valley label, I think it was to try to get more stakeholders connected to the energy theme in our region, and to get it as a theme really covering the whole region and not just the energy cluster as you saw in the video. So I would say that without the pre-work and the capacity building that we did in PRI, we would not maybe, or it would have taken much longer to kind of be where we are today. And with the preparatory action, which I look very much forward to, I think it's really about digging deeper and building upon what we have kind of set into motion now, with discovering the themes that we definitely want to put into the challenge that we have chosen, how the working model should look like, how we should connect the regional and interregional work, and what are the roles and tasks of the different organizations in that, and just to kind of to move on with this, and if we, for example, we have the regional missions, how to implement these, how to monitor them, how to get them really going concretely in collaboration with different stakeholders. That's something that we need to work on and we need help with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Tanya, what is your experience from the PRIs and what you're looking forward in the next few years?
I fully agree with what Joanna just explained, because it was really almost the same for us. First of all, it made us be together. It helped us to work in a network, different partners. It helped us to understand more clearly what it is to be innovative in the contemporary form of this message. And it also helped us understand by being part of interesting activities, how to process, how to manage this policy in real life. And I think for us, especially for Gavrovo, it really strengthened our collaboration among us as territorial partners. It gave us confidence that we can expand this capacity and engage more and more partners, which could be seen in the development of the scope of our Regional Innovation Center, where we are accepting new members and trying to use in our work these tools which are presented in the playbook thanks to this initiative. And I think what is even more important is that we are using some of the methods and some of the approaches in other areas, not only in fields related to technologies, but also when we work with young people. And in our forthcoming innovation camp, where innovation, regional innovation values, competitiveness, young people, the demographic challenges will be very much at the heart of our work. These instruments will be also engaged, and I think they will help us get more deeper awareness, and it also helped to communicate easier to the general audience what we are doing. So I think it is a very good opportunity that there is a next phase, and I hope that many regions and interesting projects will be submitted within the next week.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I would like to highlight that exactly the PRI and the action book that Margherita also mentioned this morning is a quite useful tool that we are very happy that it came to light, because each one of you, including from academia or from regions, you can open this action book on the partnerships for regional innovation, find your policy area, be it from culture, from social innovation, as Tanya mentioned, be it, and you can see there concrete examples, some concrete actions that exist, concrete projects. And you can find also some regions, maybe in Hungary, maybe in France, maybe in Spain, that walk this road, sometimes local authorities, but also regional innovation managers like Johanna. You have your doubts, you want to see how it was done in other regions, and I think that the action book was quite good. And the second thing that we also learned is also a little bit from Tanya's presentation, is that if we're good at innovation, it's not only technological innovation, it's not economic innovation, but it's also innovation in all fields. And it also brings innovation vis-a-vis educators, young people, societal groups. And also it helps us communicate better this positive transformation that we are aiming at. Now, let's move to a little bit more macro issues that are quite important also for the next programming period. Johanna, you know that the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, set as an overarching goal the competitiveness in the next programming period. And we have a lot of things in mind when we think about competitiveness, about the new competitiveness fund, but actually we already have a lot of programs in this field. I would like to ask you, I mean, what is viewed from the perspective of Ostrobotnia, how do you see this competitiveness of your region first and of Europe in general? And most importantly, what would be the favorable conditions that could be set both at European but also at national and local level to achieve this competitiveness? Do you see it as a goal that you could sell easily to your stakeholders when you go to your, let's say, energy companies? How are you going to talk about this?
Yes, I think definitely competitiveness is at the heart of what they're doing and trying to stay ahead, because the market is global and the competition is really tough. But I think that the standpoint, as I said in my presentation, should also really be on the capacity and ability and the research and innovation efforts of regions to find the solutions, making it possible for other regions also to reach these net zero goals. And from that point of view, I think in the region of Ostrobotnia, we have a couple of kind of spearheads that we see now coming out also from the RIB process that we're doing. And the first one is really on system solutions for electrification that is building for renewable energy. Considering the R&D that we're doing on, for example, smart grids, energy efficiency, and these kind of things, there's really the possibility to provide solutions increasing flexibility. And we know that as the share of renewable energy increases, the flexibility will be really important in the system. So I think that's something that will be key for the type of solutions and the competitiveness that we can bring. The second one is also related to the fact that the region can become a major exporter of hydrogen and related derivatives, and that relates, of course, to the energy that we have, which means that we can meet the European market for green fuels that will grow in the coming years, and also, of course, the technology development related to that field. And then the third spearhead that we see coming now, discussing with our stakeholders, is really about industry synergies and sector coupling solutions. And here we have interesting examples and development projects on the way in our region, but that will also be important. And then for the funding, and I must say, Tanya, listening to you, it's impressive to hear how you have utilized different EU-level funding schemes for the work that you're doing. It's really, really inspiring to hear. But well, first of all, you said national and EU-level funding, but I will start on the regional level, since that's the funding that we are working with. And it is important, and looking at the current situation, Ostrobotnia is one of the regions having the least funding from the cohesion fund, but the funding that we have is important to put kind of as a seed funding, to put some initiatives going that can then be scaled up with national and EU funding. So that's really really important, but also due to the limited funding that we have from the RDF program, we also see a good possibility with the model now being promoted under the interconnected RIV call, where we can level up the funding that we have from the Horizon Europe program, actually, and this it could be a really good way of going forward for us. National level funding schemes are very, very important, but also looking at what's being prioritized currently, there is a lot on the energy transition in Finland, so there is funding, and EU-level funding definitely a need to level up, and here we also see RIV as a kind of stepping stone for increasing the connections between different stakeholders in our region, for them to find collaborative partners elsewhere, and then to put into projects and to utilize the EU-level funding. So, but highly important.
Thank you very much, Johanna. Tanya, I would like to use your double hat as both a local politician and decision maker, and also member of the European Commission of the Committee of the Regions and chair of the SEDEC Commission. We talk a lot about synergies. We have here representatives of institutions, of DGs, of Directors General of the European Commission, who are fighting for the synergies, particularly between the research and innovation funds, the Horizon funds, which are direct funds, and the ESIF funds, the structural funds and social funds that are shared management funds. And we also, another element is that in recent times we hear a lot of talk about recentralization, about single programs, single operational programs at the level of member states. Tanya, you have been living this throughout your daily life, especially in Bulgaria, in a very also uncertain political situation at the central level. What is your experience in general, and what could be in general improved? What could be your suggestions, particularly in the next couple of years? If you had the opportunity to meet now, maybe the budget commissioner, the Polish commissioner Serafin designate, or Ursula von der Leyen, what would be your advice viewed from the perspective of a mayor of a major beneficiary in Bulgaria?
Well, this is quite a challenging question, but yes, it is very close to my heart, because we all know that being on the local and regional level, we will always sustain that place-based policies are the most successful ones, and there are quite many reasons because of this. I would like just to mention that 2/3 of the European legislation is implemented by local and regional authorities. And here the very important, as we call them, golden principles of subsidiarity and proportionality are really crucial. And we can even see, for example, unfortunately, example from my country, which is quite centralized country, a country which does not have regional administrative level, which means that we have only municipal and national element. And we unfortunately are currently more than 3.5 years in a political crisis, which means that ministries, that national authorities are working very slowly, they are not efficient, and the result is quite negative. We have very little absorption of the resilience and recovery plan. We have challenges with the operational programs, although happily they are currently in a more better situation. But what I would like to mention is that we have to insist for more synergy, for more simplification, and for more confidence among the partnerships that could be responsible for the implementation of comprehensive projects. And I'm very happy that for the first time in my country, on local level and regional level, we are going to invest European money through this integrated approach, which will provide us to be, how to say, more effective, more efficient, and of course, jointly to overcome the challenges that will probably be part of the process. But for example, in one of our integrated territorial investment project, regional innovation values approach, partnership for regional innovations, and the collaboration between academia, businesses, and public authorities is the main objective through different activities. And I hope that this will be contributing to what is the purpose of the smart specialization strategies and the need for more innovation and action for bigger competitiveness, which cannot happen without the engagement of local and regional authorities. And if I have 2 minutes to speak to Ms. Ursula von der Leyen or to some other important politician, I would suggest them to invite more frequently representatives of local and regional authorities and to invite us not only at the end of a cycle when the implementation is simply needed and the final results should be measured, but we are very important to be part of the whole cycle at the design of an idea into a program or policy, and then to be part of the whole cycle of fixing, monitoring, adapting, and of course taking responsibilities on our local and regional perspective. And something that is really very dangerous when we have systems like mine in Bulgaria, and we have only local and national level, and the national level is missing, then all people, all citizens and companies are unfortunately affected. And in the most case scenarios, we are negatively affected. And this is something that is not directly related to financial aspect, but it is related to losing capacity, to losing confidence, and to missing opportunities, which is something that we should be very careful not to permit to happen. So I think in order to be successful, we need to be partners and we need to work together. That's why I very much like the approach of regional innovation valleys, where different level of innovators will be within one and the same endeavor. And in this way, the benefits will be much more than simple mathematics. So this is my understanding. And I think that citizens also support the belief that local and place-based initiatives and policies are really the most solid ones.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is a very useful reality check. Indeed, local authorities are much more legitimate when you look at the opinion polls. We see that compared to other institutions, including European institutions, they rank much higher. They're closer to the citizens. They know the real problem. So that uptake that from also your answers here is that local authorities should be involved at the design of the policies, not to be involved at the end, at the implementation phase, or only post factum that we measure their performance via the indicators that we talked about. I think that we have some technical break, but because people are coming to this room, if you want, let's use the 2-3 minutes or 5 minutes that we have. If you have some particular questions to raise to our speakers, be it for the PRIs, for the synergies, for the reefs, or some other topics that is close to your heart. Are there any questions that you would like to, or comments? I don't see, yeah, we're moving fast towards the end of the session. We're tired a bit. So I would like maybe to wrap it up. I think that we said it all. We said it all also in the other sessions. I would like to invite maybe Joanna to give you your final words. We are clearly moving from the partnerships for regional innovations to regional innovation values, but also to the pilot action. Do you want to share something? I mean, what could be the future holding for us?
No, I think that, and what was also said earlier today, it's really a lot about the capacity for orchestrating and putting different actors together. And that's why I also think that it might be very impactful the way that, for example, the call on interconnected regional innovation valleys are structured, that you both build capacity in the coordination and support and work on finding new models at the same time as you fund on a regional level concrete innovation projects. So I think this could be a very powerful way of going further and finding new ways for us to innovate on a regional level.
Yeah, and finally, Tanya, not to repeat ourselves, but there was one topic that, at least there was a set of topics that we mentioned today. Joanna mentioned now capacity building at the local level. She mentions also money, the funding that comes from these different sources. But there is one topic that is also very close to our heart, is the mentality change within the... What does it mean for you, very shortly, very briefly, what is your final goal, your dream, how you will change mentalities, for instance, at your level and within your administration?
Maybe this is the biggest challenge, because this is much more than having enough financial resources or even having the best team in the world. It takes time and it is a process, it's a journey. And I think the new invitation for innovation, for place-based transformation tries to address and it is to deal with more information, with more direct talks and discussions and engagements with citizens, because without them, without their support, and before they really support us, they should understand what we are talking about, what we are working on, we will not be really successful. And in this regard, if we manage to be really systematic and not to use campaigns only when we are launching or closing or phasing out some project or initiative, and I'm talking from my local experience, if we are constantly being together, then we will be much more efficient and we will be probably much more strongly supported for what we are doing. Because what I really like in the countries from the north, Finland, Sweden, is that the confidence is really a very strong motivator, and it is present along each and every difficult or not so difficult moment.
Both. I invite the audience to stay for the last session, which is in my opinion, one of the most relevant. It's about the next framework program, about the future, but we also have Pirita from ERIN, who will share also the regional perspective. Thank you very much, and see you in a minute. Yep.
Thank you very much. And now we just have a short technical break until the participants of the other breakout session join us here. Please don't go anywhere. The closing panel is about to start.
I know they call it manners. It's okay.
I kindly invite all of you to please take your seats as we are about to start the closing panel session of this Week of Innovative Regions in Europe conference. As Svetlazar kindly mentioned it at the end of his session earlier, this is indeed a very interesting panel discussion that you will hear. And we really hope that you will also enjoy it and find it very informative. I'm happy to give the floor to the participants of this panel discussion, and I wish you a very informative session in the upcoming hour. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you have to keep it with us for the last part. And I've been given a target to be exciting panel. So we start with the first excitement is that we have one of our panelists online. So Manuel is with us, but I believe from Portugal. We have the topic today to discuss FP10 and the future. And if I read the text of the questions we were given was, what are the direction FP10 should take towards regions, and how can synergy be enhanced between the framework program and structural funds, which is a key question I heard already being discussed this morning as well in some of the sessions, that this was something critical for some of the regions, but not always easy to do. So we have going to start, and Manuel, if you can hear me, we will do half an hour with you and half an hour without, because it's not easy to look behind our back every time. So we're going to have you present the key finding of your reports from the high-level group, and then we will have, you have 15 minutes. I will time you. I know you can talk much longer because it's a big report and you have many ideas, but we will keep it in 15 minutes. And then the panelists will ask you questions or make comments, what they saw, what they see, what they see missing, maybe what questions they may have in some of your ideas in the report. And then we will keep up with the regional aspect and FP10 for the second half. So first, I leave the floor to you, Manuel, for 15 minutes.
Muriel, thank you so much, and let me thank you all and apologize for my absence, but yesterday I was facing a disaster on the way to the airport and I missed the flight to Budapest. So I really apologize for not being here, because I would like to be with you and really actively participate. And my main goal is just to express, you don't take it for granted. No one knows how the next years will evolve. And we are facing a brutal fight in Europe in order to get the necessary and adequate framework program and conditions for research, technology, and in general to boost European competitiveness. In our report, we clearly try to say that Europe at large needs to align its economic, financial, and defense, I say, and defense strategy towards a better commitment with research, technology, and industrial competitiveness, but also should act to really put research technology in the center of our economy. And Europe, in addition, needs to accelerate the institutional and regulatory context to make this happen. Our report is a collective report, which was the result of a work over 1 year, certainly quite aligned with the team that worked with Mario Draghi in so-called Draghi report, and essentially put into practice a number of recommendations, 12 different recommendations, certainly with a very strong regional impact, and therefore particularly important for European regions. And I was pleased to meet several of these regions, and Erin among others in Brussels for several times, but I will try to summarize very briefly in three main ideas, which I will, in a way, to sum up the 12 recommendations. First and foremost, we need a strong framework program. Our 40 years of the framework program show that we should be very proud, although there are needs for changes. And by being proud, we need to better understand which changes we need. But we need a strong framework program. And this voice is today very important in Brussels and in every capital and region in Europe. Second, we need an adequate budget, and we estimate a minimum of 220 billion euros for the period of 2028 to 34, together with a better articulation with member states and European regions, and I will address this in a minute. Last but not least, our third main idea is that a strong framework program and adequate budget needs to be put together with a radical simplification of the processes in order to reduce transaction costs, because although administrative costs have become at an acceptable level, at the Commission level they represent about 6% of the overall budget, transaction costs, as we all know, have exploded in Europe, particularly in association with an increasing complexity of the application forms over the last years, which therefore has stimulated the beneficiaries, the regions, the institutions, to involve more and more consultant firms to put together the proposals and to manage the projects, and this has resulted in an enormous transaction costs. Apart from these radical simplifications, we need certainly a few radical innovations, and I will address that in a minute. So, very briefly, our first idea, a strong framework program, which should involve a portfolio of what we call four interrelated and interconnected spheres of action. We try to avoid the term pillar because pillar is associated with a very vertical, isolated silo. So interrelated spheres of action, particularly in four domains: competitive excellence throughout Europe, throughout every single region. And this is very much what the European Innovation Council, the European Research Council above all, and more the Marie Curie-Skłodowska actions has been done, which definitely need to be considerably strengthened. For example, just to give you an example, most of European regions are facing a strong brain drain to the United States. And I speak essentially in regions in France, above all in Italy, but also in Spain and in Poland. And we know today, we have data that particularly young researchers at the age between 35 and 30, most of them after a PhD, they leave to the United States because of lack of adequate career. And therefore, we, for example, recommend the Commission to strongly strengthen the Marie Curie actions with a new funding line which we call Choose Europe. We should have impact in every single European region. Our second sphere is in industrial competitiveness. And again, we say that lessons learned from the European Research Council should be applied to the full governance of the program, and therefore we need to definitely build a competitiveness council in order to bring eminent practitioners for many European regions to really govern the program in the way we have learned in Europe to independently govern the European Research Council, and more to have the board of the European Innovation Council in a way which is independent from national and European bureaucracies. Third, an area of societal challenge, because we know every single European region is affected by areas which are not in the markets and therefore cannot be dealt with companies. A clear example, certainly beyond the climate disaster that we all face, is mental health. We need definitely to understand the specific nature of societal challenge, which have been introduced very well in the framework program in 15 years ago in Horizon 2020, but today we believe they should be separated from industrial competitiveness because they do require different type of incentives. Last but not least, our fourth sphere of action is particularly important for the European regions, which we consider to be the building up of the European research and innovation ecosystem, particularly in terms of the need to strengthen a network of research and technology infrastructures, say two different types of infrastructures for different targets public, but also to strengthen university alliances, which have become particularly critical at the level of European regions. And these four spheres of action should be the basis of a strong framework program, which must have, in our second set of recommendations, an adequate budget together with a better articulation with national and structural funds at regional level to make sure that all high quality proposals are funded. This is because the so-called seals of excellence, which were introduced some 15 years ago in Europe, have not been used. So we have a very large fraction of unfunded proposals in Europe, and which take a lot of time, a lot of dedication, a lot of euros in the preparation, and we are not using this capacity at an adequate level. Last but not least, our third idea is, as I mentioned, on radical simplifications, but also on radical innovations, particularly in three areas which are very important for many European regions. First and foremost, global cooperation, because we are facing a completely different world from 8 or 15 years ago, particularly in association with the rise of Chinese science. And our European scientists in all our regions should collaborate more and better with European and American scientists. At the same time, we understand the issues associated with research security. And we give the example that, for example, apart from the brutal economic fights between the US and China, American scientists have cooperated more and more with Chinese scientists. So cooperation of scientists from all our regions are important. Third is the absolute need to do innovation procurement in Europe. We cannot claim that everything can be funded through research and innovation funds, but we need to scale up more and more the investment in research with innovation procurement in many different regions, and this is very much important for the impact in regions. Just to give you an idea, the figures that we have clearly show, for example, that over the last 5 years, we have been able to create more startups in Europe, particularly because of you, because of the strong emphasis of many European regions on entrepreneurship. But those startups which have particularly grown, and for example, those which have become companies with market valuations above 1 billion euros, so-called unicorns, have particularly grown in the United States, not in Europe. So we have attracted youngsters to do research. We have been able to build startups, but we have not been able in Europe to scale up and to really develop good jobs, and therefore most of our most disruptive innovation startups have grown elsewhere, particularly in America, and we have now a strong brain drain together with the declining European science and the economic competitiveness. And therefore, we need to strengthen fundamental research, but at the same time, strengthen very much the scaling up process. And this needs to happen at every single European region. Thank you so much for this very brief introduction. Essentially, I would like to stimulate the debate, and please be prepared for a brutal fight in the years to come at the Parliament, at the Commission, but above all, in the European regions and the European member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manuel, for let's say summarizing the different recommendations in the report. So much appreciated. Before we go on, I will present the people I have actually with me in the room. So I have Anne Besnier, which is the Vice President of Central Val de Loire, but she is also the Rapporteur FP10 for the Committee of the Region. So I'm sure, Anne, you will share with us your take on the report of Manuel and the high-level group. We also have Martin Kern, which is the Director of the EIT, based in this beautiful city of Budapest. And we have Pirita Lindom, which is also the Director of ERIN. So maybe before we let Manuel go, I would be happy to hear from you guys your take on the report, or when you read it, what was your first remarks, and if you have a question to Manuel. Manuel, I do the three, and then I do back at you for a reaction. Yes, so maybe, sure. Anne, you want to start? You have a mic here on the...
Okay, thank you, Anne. And thank you for inviting me to this panel, and thank you, Mr. Aitor, to summarize in 15 minutes a so important report. I have three remarks of the report in three domains. The first one is regional innovation ecosystem, which I think does not really appear in your report. During these 2 days, we see the importance of this ecosystem because in the region, we know the nuggets of our researchers, laboratories, universities. We know the force of the company, and we can make them working together, and it's very important. And perhaps we can say that the innovation ecosystem was born in a place-based position. And what we need is to, in the FP10, is to not forget this ecosystem, this regional and local ecosystem in the next FP10. It must be, as you said, a very strong FP10 framework program, stronger than the Horizon Europe is best, but we have to increase. And perhaps the region to pass from the local ecosystem to the European innovation, real innovation. We don't need tools. There is a lot of tools, but perhaps the region needs technical assistance to make partnerships and to arrive to work together. We can do transformation and innovation in the market at local and national. We need to work together to do that at the European level. The second point is the smart specialization. I think it does not appear really in your program because it's not a framework program, but it's a very important tool because if regions really use these tools, the smart specialization, and really define their specialization, not a lot of specialization. For big region, it's a lot of specialization. For little region, we have to really choose. And if you really choose, it's easier for all of us to make partnership with region which has the same specialization. And I take the example of my region. We have 5 domains. It's not a lot. We are not a big region, but it's not frozen. We prefer to have a minimized number of domains and to implement new domains if necessary. For example, at the moment, we are working to implement 2 new domains, one about the climate change and the forest, and one about the resources and the material. So it's important to link the smart specialization in the FP10 with the place of the regional. The third one is widening. You speak about widening in your report, but in the FP10 report advice from the Committee of the Region, we have to study that the widening take place at the regional level and not at the national one. Because in one country, which is a widening country, state, you can have big region and little region, and other country which can be considered as more developed countries, we have big region and little region, and we propose to have the widening at the regional level and to use the scoreboard, the Regional Innovation Scoreboard, when you speak this morning. Is the 3 points. And I have another question for you, Mr. Etter, about the creation of the 2 new councils you propose, the ETIC2 and the ESC2. The more interlocutor they are, difficult cohesion is. So do you think that the 2 new councils can offer new opportunity or can be a difficulty for more cohesion between all in Europe?
Thank you, Anne. So a few questions on the place-based regional ecosystem, on the smart specialization and the widening by, let's say, the region and not nation. I think that would be 3 points to pick up later. Manuel, floor is yours, Martin.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the invitation to the conference. Thanks to MoMA for hosting here in Budapest, and thanks to Muriel for moderating the panel. And of course, big thanks to Manuel Heitor for his report and for his presentation. So I'd like to follow up also with some comments, impressions about the report. First, there is a lot, of course, we would agree about from perspective of EIT, in particular for the strong need for more simplification of the framework program, and also for the strong need for more coherence, because there is a lot of fragmentation, not just in Europe generally, but also within the research and innovation landscape. So I think this is very strong messages which are very spot on. There are some other parts of the report, maybe we wouldn't agree so much. I would like to pick up the 2 points already mentioned, whether there is need for additional councils, and also whether the widening is sufficiently reflected in the report, because of course the good ideas, the good research are all across Europe. They come everywhere, they come especially in the regions. And what we see from the EIT, where 40% of our budget now goes to widening what we call regional innovation scheme countries, and where actually 60% of the results come from these countries, we feel this must be also a very strong component in the future. So to help the researchers, the businesses, the entrepreneurs with ideas wherever they are. And so this is much needed. And there are 2 other points or questions I would add. One of them is about the report seeming to put a lot of emphasis on the programs that give more punctual support, like the European Innovation Council, giving financial support to companies, like the ERC, Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions. They give, more smaller projects, individual support, but there is less emphasis on the partnerships. And so my question is, isn't the true European added value of framework programs also in partnerships, in networks, and working together on a large scale at the European level? So this didn't seem to come out, and there is also some, of course, criticism reflected on the EIT, where we missed this factual basis to say, this could be improved, because there are no figures, just seem to be opinions. And then the third element, or third question I would like to add is about skills. So it's also very strongly in the report of Mario Draghi, and it's fine to have strong research, strong innovation, but if we don't have skills, especially on the new technologies, we will not get the companies, we will not get the startups, let alone the future tech unicorns. So that's why at EIT the skills is always closely embedded in research and innovation, and we feel this should also be in the future framework program. My 3 questions.
Okay, so the position of EIT and the mono-beneficiary versus collaborative research and skills, also to add to the comments of Anne. So maybe Pirita, you want more? It starts to be a long list, Manuel, for afterwards, so you may have to choose. Pirita, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I will continue very much what the colleagues were saying, but maybe I'll focus on the question on the RNA ecosystems. First of all, thanks a lot, Manuel, for putting quite a bit of an emphasis on the importance of the RNA ecosystems in the report. There's the sphere that you were just explaining, that one of the key spheres for the future is really to strengthen the Europe's RNA ecosystem. So that's in one part of the report, but there's also another recommendation specifically looking at the RNA ecosystem. However, then of course the question is, how do you define the Europe's RNA ecosystem? And as Anne was highlighting, we unfortunately miss the place-based perspective and the territorial dimension of the RNA ecosystem in the report. It's a bit the same type of approach that we saw in the Draghi report, where there's a lot of, there's a whole section about the fragmented EU's ecosystem, and there's the talk about necessity to connect hubs, but doesn't really go into the importance of territorial dimension, and this is something we really want to see strongly emphasized in the future FP10. Then just going also to a little bit more deeper in this one. I'm focusing on this one because we had a lot of discussions with colleagues who came to me during the conference as well to highlight, because there is this also at the same time there is the kind of recommendation that says that the European innovations ecosystem action has not delivered. So a bit the similar comment that you were just making on the EIT side. It's there, but it doesn't really elaborate why. And we have a number of colleagues here in the room that are very supportive of the European Innovation Ecosystem Action. We've just had a session on regional innovation valleys, which are partly supported with this initiative, and we have 149 ecosystems that are working on this. So clearly there is quite a bit of strong support for this type of approach. Then I'm not saying that the European Innovation Ecosystems Action is perfect. On the contrary, it's not adequate. The funding is not enough. We need to do much more. But just as a kind of a signal for the future, it's important to rather see what did we learn from this current action, and what can we do better in the next framework program, and also more, let's say, structured, a better framework for supporting place-based innovation ecosystems and their connectivity, because this is essentially what we need to have a more coherent and less fragmented EU's RNA ecosystem. I could talk lengthily about other things, but maybe I'll just focus on the ecosystems here, and we can talk about other things after.
Super. Thank you, Pirita. So quite some few questions. I think we are in the WIRE conference, huh? So it's the week of the innovative regions. So I think it's nice that we pick the topic of the regional dimension maybe first, Manuel, and if you want to react to some of the questions on the Council, the widening, and the rest. So the floor is back to you, Manuel.
Thank you so much, and first and foremost for this debate and for the different questions, and I really thank you. I'm missing you not being there, but certainly this is a conversation that will continue at least over the coming 2 years. And again, I will stress that don't take for granted that there will be an FP10. We all need to fight for that, and we need you yourselves, the European regions, to be greatly involved in this process. And again, this will not be an easy process over the years, so we need collective voices towards the impact of research technology and innovation in Europe. Two main considerations. When you see that the report doesn't take seriously place-based innovation, I cannot agree, because innovation occurs always in a time and land scale, but in clearly alignment with the Draghi report, with President von der Leyen political document, Europe Choice, and with Letta report. Our emphasis and say a common trend in all these reports is the wake up for Europe to call towards European added value. And again, to remember that the framework program is an excellent and unique tool, but it needs really to be oriented towards European added value by building strong, cohesive, collaborative research and innovation environments which better understand that our competitors are outside Europe, either in China or in the United States. And remember, with the new European, the new elections in the United States, we really need to understand how far can we build European competitiveness, certainly looking at our regions, but not just promoting a competitive environment among regions and excluding many of these regions. By building up European added value, we can certainly better position Europe at a leading edge. And we need to be very clear, and the numbers which are clearly in the report, actually the report is longer than we expected, and we just summarize figures. Certainly this is not just opinions without a background notes. We are clearly facing a decline in European science when particularly we compare with the rise of Chinese science and the American science, particularly because of the declining investments in research and technology in Europe, either in the public but also above all in the private sector. And the question in the need of a strong framework program, again, towards European added value, should look at the distribution of funding, which we try to understand, particularly when we look at the building up of European research and innovation ecosystems. The figures, again, are in the report. What we know is that the post-evaluation of Horizon 2020 and the first 3 years of Horizon Europe clearly show that about 22% of the overall budget has been devoted to mono beneficiaries, to medium and long-term grants, particularly to top scientists, to the European Research Council, and to the best startups through the European Innovation Council and some high-level skills development of the Marie Curie. But this just represents 22%. The remaining 78% of the budget, which is a lot of budget, has been distributed in average to consortiums with 11 partners, where each partner receives per year only 127K for periods in average of 3 years. And again, the analysis show this is an excellent tool to foster collaboration, but not necessarily an instrument to foster European added value and industrial competitiveness or to address societal challenge. Also, as you've seen, and either the Draghi report mentions it quite a lot, but also our report, many economic analyses over the last few years, and in particular, I call your attention to the report by Fuente et al. In the Bocconi School of Economics in Milano and the Toulouse School of Economics in France, which clearly show, although we may not agree with all their recommendations, they clearly show
Manuel,
that
I
over
will
the
have
last...
to ask you to shorten that.
I just close. Over the last 20 years, most of the public European and national investment in Europe has been devoted to medium and low intensity technology associated with the automobile sector. And therefore, there is a need for the framework program to be a critical tool to escape from this mid-tech trap. And again, this is by building European added value, better understand the key role of disruptive innovation and fundamental science together with collaborative research, which certainly needs to help at European regions, but building up European added value. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. Thanks for taking the time with us. We will pick up on the collected forces, the EU added value, and maybe what do we see with the decline of science, and do we really see that, and how we can look the competitiveness of region. Maybe that's the discussion we should pick up in the second part. Thank you so much, Manuel. Take care of yourself, and we will send you if we have more questions out of the discussion of today.
I can continue if you want, I just listen.
That's good. Thank you. So we had not the answer to all the questions you guys had. However, I think something interesting. I personally don't agree with the finding of the Bocconi paper, and I could discuss that probably for hours with Manuel. I think it's too short-sighted. I think it doesn't take into account the transformation we want of the current industry, and I think that's what the regions are trying to do, to also keep the jobs we have and then protect them and then maybe make them better and have even more. And I think it has a big side of the opinion thinking and not really facts when they are coming to conclusions on the budget of the future FP10 in that paper. But question to you guys, if we are looking at collective forces, and I think we are all worried for FP10, I think we hear the worry in the voice of Manuel when he is asking everybody needs to kind of join forces. We are not sure to have an FP10. How do you see that in your constituency, and how do you see the next step? I mean, I think we all have good arguments for RDI. We hear RDI is the next steps. We need about technology sovereignty. We need competitiveness of the industry. So we kind of know that this is something that will be important. However, we don't automatically understand how it's going to be translated. So maybe I start from you, Anne, because you're representing the committee of the region as well for FP10. So how do you see the discussion with the other institution for this FP10?
The next steps will be very important because, as you say, the Commission will have the report at the autumn 2025, and with the proposal with the editor report, with proposal with the FP10 report, there's still a lot of work to do, because the question is, and editor said, he's right, we need to wake up Europe, but the next step is to, first of all, analyze the tool we have at the moment. What tool is very important? What can be developed more? One tool can be stopped because it doesn't answer to the question. Speak tool by tools, and after to discuss with all partners, not only European and national level, to discuss with your regional level and with the committee of the region. It's important, I think, and after. It will be a big discussion about two other points about finances, the budget, 200 billion, which is it possible or not, and the part of the GDP of country of 3%, and how we can obtain this. It's another discussion about budget. But first of all, it's a discussion about tools, what we really want. For example, it offers to create European researchers. How we can do that? It's a good idea, but how we can do that? The researchers come from local and regional. How we can implement this? And the problem of the EIT, but I will let you to speak about that. But I think the proposal in the report is very hard proposal. But examine tool, continue to discuss, but with region.
Okay, so if you want to pick up on the EIT and on the base place, because I think that's, and on the networking, I think that's the collaborative aspects is maybe under-cited in the report so far. So I'm happy to have your thoughts on also the next steps and negotiation discussions, and how do you see things are advancing?
Thank you, and I very much agree with everything that Anne said. And maybe to start at the top level, I'm not sure the language that preparing for the next framework program or next MFF will be a brutal fight is necessarily the good one in Europe. I would hope that such new program, maybe it's naive, is designed based on analysis, evaluation, solid facts, what has delivered, what not, and then obviously do more of what brings us benefits and do less of some others. And as we have already this high-level guidance, especially also the Draghi report, the Letta report, the political guidelines by the new Commission, that should be guiding us on the way forward. So I hope it's one of cooperation and one where we try to do the best European added value that we can have, rather than, look at it as a fight, especially also if we look at the global situation, fighting within Europe may not be what takes us forward. That for the context, then EIT's experience and where do we go from there? EIT very much is built on a place-based model and having hubs all across Europe. So we have 70 hubs, they're on the ground, they're in the member states, all represented, and they, of course, interconnected, which is where there is the big added value. So it's not just in one country a hub, but it links to all the others. What do? We do three things, which I think are the same that the Draghi report calls for. It's to close the skills gap. So EIT has very strong programs for entrepreneurship education, but also for the new technologies. So we trained hundreds and hundreds of thousands to be ready to use the new technologies and put them on the market. That's the second big activity of EIT and its knowledge innovation communities. It's to commercialize innovations, to help to bring all the good science research, which we have plentiful in Europe, to turn it into product services, where unfortunately so far other parts of the world have been doing better. And then certainly to help to create businesses from a very early stage, help students such as those here in MoMA to become entrepreneurs, and then once they start their entrepreneurial journey, to scale up. So these are the three activities of each of the innovation communities. And what makes EIT special, I think that's very interesting for the discussions of the future, is that it over time becomes self-financing. So the first innovation communities we have, climate, energy, digital, they now finance themselves, not anymore part of the EIT funding by the end of the year. And that, of course, is something very attractive to have this type of leverage. Unusual for EU or public funds, which usually give subsidies, to say you have to have a return and you have to continue even without the money. And we have an example how it can work. So where do we go from here? Our governing board also has ideas, position for FP10. We want to focus and do two things. Close the skills gap, because that's where we see is a huge demand, whether it's from enterprises, whether it's in the regions, whether it's locally. If we don't understand the new technologies, if we don't have the skills, obviously the companies will go elsewhere. So to build a strong knowledge base in Europe. And then secondly, to use ecosystems, because we believe these ecosystems, these hubs, this connection to continue to deliver on these three priorities outlined in the HETO report. So we also sometimes go in too many directions at the EIT. There are also things that work and that don't work, like you mentioned the European Innovation Ecosystem Program, so the same in the EIT. So we want to do more of what works, scale it up, and leave aside some of the other issues. So that's our contribution going forward.
Super, thank you. Maybe Pirita, you want to pick up? So of course, the discussion and with the EIT, which is also a networking instrument. You're looking from the region perspective, so you guys have to actually, I call my RTO sometimes the financial engineering, looking at the different strengths of financing they're receiving from the public, their own finances, sometimes it comes from the regions, but you guys have to do the same at the regional level, looking at the different actors you have and the different source of financing you're getting, and trying to be smart to make the best ecosystem you can make. So what helped you? I mean, in the last program, finally, what we had was this innovation ecosystem. I think it was the first time we had something linked to regional development, which was not say, oh, you just have to go to the structural funds. So I'm sure that's why you have also some struggle with this one. what do you see would be the next advances if you're taking FP10? So take out maybe the struggle of the finances, but what would be the best picture you would see on your side? Maybe we take it from the more positive side. What would help the region to manage?
Yeah, actually what I wanted to start with was a little bit on the MFF perspective, and maybe then I will jump to the things that we really think are essential, just because Manuel was also highlighting again how essential the FP10 is. So indeed, with the current MFF proposals, we have a lot of uncertainty on one hand on the indirect, so the shared managed funds, so what happens at the member state level, how can we ensure that also in the future there is a strong link to regional innovation in the cohesion side, which we want to see strengthened and not diluted or too centralized, because we still need also, as we heard also during the 2 days, the structural funds do provide some sort of a basis for the regional innovation. So we need to have this shared management dimension there. But then we have on the other side the question on the directly managed funding and maybe putting everything into one pot under a competitiveness fund. So a big question there. What is, where does the FP10 sit? And again, of course, from our perspective, how can we make sure that there is a strong support for place-based R&I ecosystems in that new program? So that is just as a kind of a new framework that we have to currently think about. We are, of course, mobilizing colleagues to discuss it and see how we can go forward. Then when we look at the current let's say, Horizon Europe and what we want to see for the FP10. So don't get me wrong, we like the European Innovation Ecosystem Program. I'm saying it's not adequate because it's a small, tiny program in the Horizon Europe. So of course we would like to see much stronger support for R&I ecosystems. So question mark, what can we do there? How can we also link the different instruments? There are a lot of different types of instruments that are supporting this type of ecosystem type of support. So we would like to see a framework, but the framework doesn't need one program. so a bit of a, less of a framework, something a bit more, something structured, but not putting everything into one. And then, of course, I mean, in ERIN, we've been working a lot on the EU missions. We think mission-oriented approach is important. So this is an area where we have, which is very ecosystem-like as well. There is because the idea in the missions is also to accelerate. So you need to really have a new way of working, the new governance models, and this essentially requires very much of an ecosystem approach. And then, of course, we should not forget the widening and deepening engagement, which is also a priority for us. So these are actually the two ERIN papers that we have produced this year in our paper series towards the FP10 together with the membership. So these are areas that we try to analyze what did we learn. I don't have time to go to all the details here, but just to say that these are areas that, of course, are important for us and we want to see strengthened, hopefully, in a new FP10 strong, powerful program with a lot of funding.
So if we have our wish list and we will all restart rewriting FP10 regulation, probably we have a lot more than what we may hope for. But question to you guys, in the current environment, I mean, we will have the proposal of the MFF coming by the European Commission end of autumn next year sometime. If the college is installed in December, if it starts in December, they take 2 or 3 months to start, then it's 6 months to make a proposal. So let's say September, October, November, something like this, we will get the MFF view, and then you have a whole discussion starting. Who do you see the next year coming? What are your expectations? You say, let's not be brutal. I think we all hope it's not getting to that. I think this MFF discussion is largely above the discussion on the FP10, even if RDI is very strongly quoted in the agenda and tech development and the sovereignty and competitiveness. So we have a lot of hooks in the political discussion, but I think it goes to bigger changes for Europe that we ever saw before when we are discussing an agriculture fund and structural fund and all the rest. So what are your expectations in that environment? Do you think that us as RDI actor, being regions, RTOs, institution, committee of the regions or the EIT, how do you think we will fare in that, let's say, political environment? I would like to have your last take on this. We have 10 minutes, and I think we'd be happy to hear one of you. Maybe you want to start, Martin?
Sure. I mean, expectations don't have the crystal ball, so I maybe say what could be very important and what will maybe be the most difficult part at the European level, but also at the local, regional level, to not just, we talk a lot about which program should be prioritized, should we have more councils, more ERC, more EIC, more widening, but rather look at the societal challenges we want to focus on, because whatever the outcome is, more budget, less budget, more budget for this and that, we will diverse it too much, spread it too thin if we try to have too many priorities covered. So my expectation would be that there is a true debate about where in Europe we want to focus on. Is it the climate change? Is it certain technologies? Is it, driving forward health sector? And then obviously focus all the programs and all the mechanisms that we have, and it can be the structural funds, can be the research innovation, and also at the local, at the regional level, focus on these priorities, because simply we can't do everything with limited funding, and probably neither nationally, nor regionally, nor at European level will we be able to be competitive list leader in all places. So my expectation would be this type of debate taking place first, after new commissions in place with the new parliament, and then with the member states define these priorities and then move to a discussion about efficient, effective delivery.
Thank you, Martin. Maybe Pieta? I must confess that I have mixed feelings about this type of discussion on prioritization in this way, because in a way, if we look at the EU funding more broadly and the multi-annual financial framework, this is there to basically to fund and support the EU policies quite largely. So how can we just select some in order can we just focus on some, because we have some huge challenges that we have to face. So it's a bit of it's a pity if we then decide to let's say choose between transformation or putting a lot of efforts on semiconductors, So I just think that there is we have to find a common narrative for this, and we have to make sure that we are supporting the European values with that. So I'm just a little bit afraid of this discussion. I'm saying it. And then, of course, from the regional perspective, of course, I mean, we also see the smart specialization strategies. They are evolving. We have been talking about regional transformative innovations today, and so we are also going beyond, let's say, if I can say competitiveness. So then now we have to kind of compromise between how do we transform in a way that is also supporting competitiveness. So I think it's a kind of a mindset. So I would like to see it's more of a mindset than selecting just a few spearheads. So that's just a bit of a reaction to this. And not only, it's more of a general discussion that I see happening. So I think it's not evident, and we need to see how we can position ourselves to do this in a good way.
Thank you. I think maybe a question for you guys.
Just Madame Esli had to leave. because she's missing a plane. As a representative of the Committee of the Regions, if there are questions, we'll be glad to take.
Then just join in. You see, this is when we have invited guest panel. I love it. Just stay with us. We have a few minutes. So maybe one question to the Committee of the Region. What do you see because if you're here, then let's take profit. They have spoken quite a bit already. How do you see the preparation for FP10? And the Committee of the Regions is not part of or doesn't have a strong part in the legislative process, right? So how do you see the role between having your report on FP10 and then the next phase? Maybe that's interesting to hear.
Actually, our strategy was to start as early as possible, and actually the report of Madame Besnier was the first of the European institutions, and many of you can testify that we met more than once with you, and also in a wider pool of members. These are politically elected representatives, so taking the opinion not only of one region, but many regions. We had a lot of vivid debates. Maybe, Muriel, to add up to also what was missing in our debate, and I agree completely with both of you that we're missing a lot of things, and this bagarre, how to say, the fight at the beginning of such important discussion is not so important. There is one elephant that is missing. This is also all the plans that we do now for competitiveness. We are doing them without the consideration that we might have, for instance, a socioeconomic crisis like we had 12 years ago. We had a very serious crisis, and many of the ecosystems, especially in Southern Europe, were destroyed. And we saw a lot of the researchers moving to the north or moving to the States. So all the plans that we do, also for the FP10, for this competitiveness, we're doing it in a very linear manner. So what we're calling, and also with Erin, is the resilience of the ecosystems, also the skills, also the number of researchers. We're seeing everywhere, in spite of all the bold talk, that actually the number of researchers as such, maybe in the companies there are many researchers, I don't know, but the number of researchers in the classical sense in universities are declining. And the research careers do not attract the numbers, especially in the STEM sciences, what we need. So maybe we can look in other instruments to supplement this.
Thank you. So link also to the skill agenda. So let me thank you, and maybe one way to summarize the discussion, because FP10 we're still going to discuss that for a few years, is maybe the discussion on ecosystem and regional ecosystem and how to link those ones. Maybe it's not really in the ATO report, doesn't mean it's not an important topic to pick up. So I think that's why we also have the WIRE conference. So thank you very much to all of you. Thank you for jumping in for the Committee of the Region as well. Thank you to Manuel, who was connected, and Anne, who is running for a flight. So thanks to all of you. I think a small applause for the panel will be appreciated, and I let to the conference organizer.
All right, so it seems we have come to the end of our journey. Still people, and I'm happy to see quite a lot still in the room at the end of this very interesting conference. So I'm honored to be given the opportunity to close it before Borbola saying the last words. This is WIRE. WIRE indeed is a conference that has been running since 2010. That was the first edition. And it's very interesting. I was not there since the beginning, but I did the last editions. And I have to admit that every time we look at the edition and we say, okay, this was quite good. And it seems that is always an extra bit more. And in this edition, I was very much pleased to listen from people attending the satisfaction in terms of the structure of this conference, the level of the speakers, and the type of discussions that were running. And this is, of course, very appreciated, and it's something that was done, but we are supporting it also financially, the conference, but very much thanks to the organizers for hosting, of course, it, and having done much work, but the thanks part comes afterwards. So what I wanted to say is that during this conference we have gone really deep. We have done a deep dive into all the aspects related to the regional ecosystem, the innovation ecosystem, fragmentation, and we went to the indicators, we went to practices at the regional level, we looked at infrastructures, we looked at synergies, really trying to divide in small pieces all the problem and analyze it in details. So it has been a very nice way to look at all the different aspects that makes innovation ecosystem challenging to go to work, but also successful. At the same time, we have been zooming out, looking at the big challenges. We know that there is a framework program coming up. We have been talking about the importance of investing in research and innovation, the famous 3%, how we can use the semester for that. We have been looking at ERA, the new policy agenda. We said, of course, the framework program as well. So we are very much well equipped, I think, with all these discussions and projected towards the future now. And the future has some challenges. We heard it during this morning discussion, also Draghi mentioning fragmentation, again, very much mentioned, and the scope as well, and the scale of the challenges. And in this particular moment, which is a crucial one, we have a choice to be made. The first day I was speaking in the first panel, and I was reporting on a phrase that came up in discussions quite often, that is, we need to make choices, we need to focus, we need to make choices. So the first choice to be made is, and here I use Draghi's words, do we want to go through a slow agony, or we want really to tackle the big challenges and try to overcome the issues and go to the growth and to the competitiveness that is needed. So if I look back to these 2 days discussions, my takeaway is that there is brain, there is enough knowledge to be brave enough to not to go for the agony, but to tackle the issue and to address the problems. There is the will. I heard a lot of people really with a strong intention to make things work, to move things forward, to analyze the challenges, the bottlenecks, but also trying to find solutions. And I saw a lot of enthusiasm between the speakers and the audience to do it together, to work together and to collaborate. So I go back to Brussels with a lot of positive feeling that we are not going for a slow agony, but there is a good chance that we really all together can make it and make it towards competitiveness. So all this I said about enthusiasm in collaborating. I think this journey was indeed a collaboration as well. So big thanks to all the speakers that have been and panelists that have been enriching us. Thanks to the audience for the very challenging questions, for provoking and for discussions and networking. And I have to say as well, thanks to our host, the National RDI Hungarian Institute, for the organization, hosted MOME as well, for having provided us with these nice facilities, and also the creativity that we saw in the first day. I still remember the plate obliquos that I think was quite inspiring. And thanks a lot to my collaborators that have been really preparing together with the Barbala team, also the session, providing the input, our steering group as well. So I have to say Chiara and Michaela, who are here, Benyat as well, that is in Brussels and was not able to come. And from your side, Dora as well, but you will be probably saying. So it's really a big thanks to all of you, and I hand it over to Barbala, and this is the beginning, of course, of discussions that will continue for the next months, but it's a very fruitful and promising start. Barbala, to you.
Thank you very much, Magda, for your kind words. And as an organizer, it is pretty difficult to keep track with all the great ideas and all these inspiring discussions, because there is always something happening and something has to be handled. At the same time, I do believe that we also, our team, managed to collect a lot of great and inspiring ideas and valuable thoughts. And I believe that we can all agree with Draghi that there is a need to act on the European scale. And this conference, as we hope, brought us all together to understanding how we should act. Because one of the main ambitions of this conference was to bring together stakeholders from the European, the regional, and the national level, bring together people, experts from different kinds of regions of Europe, bring together people from different backgrounds, from policymakers, industry representatives, professional organizations, researchers. And in that sense, I do believe that we made a great job in these 2 days as we managed to put together what we know and put together what we hope. We actually created a whole wish list for FP10 in this last session. So there is a lot to bring with us wherever we go to Brussels or to Budapest or to any regions we come from. And as Magda mentioned, this is only the beginning of this conversation, and it will continue. I had like this structure of 3 points when I was preparing for this final presentation that was aligning with my welcoming remarks, but I kind of have a concern that you all have flights to catch, and I really would like to have some time for the prize, for giving away the prize for our networking game. And I would like to ask the audience members who participated in our networking game, who managed to collect more than 5 points. Jorge, thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Well, then you are the winner of our game. And your prize is a Rubik's Cube.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are going to validate them, of course. So, as a symbol of the Hungarian presidency, the Rubik's Cube and the networking, and as an objective of the Hungarian presidency, I believe that we managed to get closer to boosting Europe's competitiveness in research, development, and innovation, bridging the fragmentation in the European innovation ecosystems, both in a geographical sense and also considering the innovation ecosystems. And there is nothing else for me but to say a huge thank you for everybody. First of all, to the Commission for making this event possible, and for the months of ongoing work when we were setting up the program and we were preparing for this event. I would like to say a big thank you for our speakers, for sharing your thoughts with us, and for being provocative, being inspirational, and sharing your valuable insights with us. And also I would like to thank my team. If I may ask them to stand up. Barbie, Kitty, Noemi, Flora, Mate, somewhere over there, and Dora, well, first of all and most of all. So thank you so much for your hard work. Let's give them a hand. Thank you very much. And our work does not stop today, because on our LinkedIn channel we are going to publish posts of the key takeaways of the panels. We are going to publish videos of the panels. We are going to publish messages from our speakers. So please stay tuned, follow the posts, and like and share them if you would like to. And we hope to see you soon in another event in the future. Thank you very much again for your participation.